What's going on, everybody? How we doing today? Looks like we are live on YouTube and X. Gonna continue doing some work. Give me just a second here. All right, let's get to work. Enough fooling around. Going to continue working on some elements to make this live stream more interesting, and I've been building that with Grok build. We've got a couple of things in here so far. Let me start this up. And that's it. So got a couple of modules in here so far. Nothing too overly fancy. I'm going to shut the poll off, and then we're going to turn on this new one that I added, which is working on. Okay, so that looks like it's there. I'm going to change the width of that a little bit. I don't think the width and height buttons are working. Position works. Height and width do not appear to work. Okay. Click to send chat lines for restream. Okay, so let's make that our first fix of the morning. Those do not seem to work. Then I think the next thing I want to work on before I add more modules is I want to add a dark mode selection in this. A dark mode, just so they're not like bright white and just kind of so like in your face. We're going to get it to look a little bit more like cyberpunk style. While we do that, I am going to fire up some YouTube music. And what kind of mood are we going to go? We're going to go with a chill mood because it's Sunday. That sounds good. Let's do that. Sounds pretty chill. And get us going, get us building. And it looks like Grok is testing the width controls, doing some build in the background. Don't know if you guys have tried Grok yet. Grok 4.6. It is fantastic. I love it. go. We got some people filing in. Welcome to the stream. Jump in the chat. Let me know what's going on. Trying to build some live stream overlays here. Some of these involve connecting to the live chat. So at some point, I will have you guys like typing into the chat, helping me test things. Okay. So Grokster said that the width and height are working perfect. Let's go. All right, the next thing I want to work on is a dark mode. I think we have a dark navy color in my branding kit. Let me see. Let me see. Got too many dang folders. Too many projects that I've worked on, man. It's so hard to find stuff. This is the brand identity. I think we have a dark. Yeah, we'll use this one. Let's try this one. And then the next thing I want to add is some glowing. Hopefully Grok will be able to work with these instructions. I want to create a dark mode for overlays. I need this to be a setting that I can set widget by widget. Dark mode should make the background of the widget this navy color that I gave it. I also want the borders of the card to have like a glow effect with my pink color in the upper left and my teal in the bottom right, and have those blend to each other like a gradient. So let's see how Grok handles that instruction. It makes sense in my brain, but my brain is a weird place. Does that make sense to you guys, what I'm trying to accomplish? I want it to look more glowy, more like cyberpunk style. I also don't think that the font selection on that what we're working on card, I just don't feel like that font is big enough. I don't know, can you guys read that top font, the what we're working on? It looks really small to me. And I guess since I'm asking the question, let's get a poll. Let's get a poll going. Is the font too small? I'm going to leave this without a timer. We'll do this push pull. We'll go yes, no. And we will put that in the upper corner. And we'll start it. And show it. And let's change the width of that one. There we go. Good enough. All right, what do you guys think? Is the font size too small to read? Yes or no? Type yeses or nos in chat. And that should register your vote. Is the font size too small? At the absolute least, give me a yes or no just so I know that my chat is actually collecting votes. It's quiet today. What are you guys doing? So quiet. Why is everyone so quiet? You guys excited for football season? It's right around the corner. What's going on, V3 Code Dev? How you doing, bro? Can you do me a favor and type a yes or a no in there so I can see if the chat is picking up votes? Thank you, Brian. Well, so I'm working on building live stream overlays. Hopefully you guys can see the little white boxes over the top of the live stream. All right, the vote worked. Let's go. So yes, I'm just working on adding, interactive elements that fit over the top of my live stream to make it more interesting. I've got two right now. I've got that poll that you guys can see just picked up your yes votes. I'm not sure if those are real votes that you are saying that the font is too small, or if you're just doing a yes to help me test. So if you guys can put your real vote, it takes your last vote. If it is too small, then we will fix that. I think it is too small, but I can't see what you guys see, so we'll deal with that. And then the other one that I've got, I am using Grok build with the Grok 4.6 high model, extra high actually. I should drop that effort down. It's a little bit too much. And then right now I am working on, because I got those two modules, and before I go too far, I'm just working on adding a dark mode so that they're not so like bright and obnoxious. Where do I change that, bro? Dark mode is per widget. On each overline under on stream, there's a light card, dark card switch. There we go. I don't think it works, bro. Oh, restart. All right, let's restart the server. I just started working this the other day. I want to say Thursday or Friday was my first time working on this. So we're in session 2. Session 1, session 1 is also posted on my channel. I did it live. That was mostly just kind of getting the back end set up, getting the ability to connect to, there we go, that's a nice little dark mode. Getting the ability to connect to the Restream API to be able to register you guys' chat, and then also just getting it set up so that you can see it on screen and stuff like that. So cool. So that's good. Okay, so one thing I see right away, once we switch to dark mode, all the font kind of needs to be white, so alright, so I'm gonna take you guys' votes of the font size being too small as official, and we're gonna pop another rule into the project. So if I was doing something like printed, I don't really go below 12-point font, but that doesn't apply. So we're gonna say nothing below 20. Hold on a second. All fonts. So I said when we switch to dark mode, all the font needs to be white. Also, there's a lot of fonts in here that are too small. Let's make a project level rule that all fonts have to be at least 20 point. Add that rule and then adjust the widgets to follow these rules. I don't have paid demos because I don't have sponsors. My channel is too small still to have attracted any kind of sponsorship. I just do this because I enjoy it. Trying products on stream. Yeah, I like to kind of use different things just so that people can see and get familiar with some of the tools. I can see right away I need to compact this Grok build. Although I've just been building a lot more with Grok. I'm going to end up canceling my Claude subscription and never talking about them again. And then I use ChatGPT Soul a lot too, but I just decided this project was going to be a Grok project. We do have memberships, and one of the things that we will be working on today, as part of my membership, every level you have access to custom emojis. And what I'm going to do is make it to where when somebody sends one of those custom emojis, it triggers some kind of animation on my screen. So V3 code. I have no idea what V3 code, and I'm definitely not going to try it in stream because I don't know you and I don't know what it does and I don't really feel like getting hijacked. But I do run a school community, and this is one of the other commands that I put into here. I'm gonna drop a link to my school community in there. We do calls, and we love for people to come in and show off their projects. If you would like to show it off in front of an audience, maybe you'll get other people that are interested in it. So join the community, it's totally free. And I love to see other people's projects and what they're building. So yeah, absolutely. Once I verify that you're a real person and it's a legitimate project, I definitely would try it out. But as of now, you're still a stranger to me, and I know nothing about that. So I'm definitely not going to log in and test it on a live stream. So I hope you understand that. I'm not trying to be a dick, I'm just trying to be safe. Tell me about it, what it does though. So canceled the Claude Max subscription today. Yeah, I was planning on doing it and then I wasn't paying attention and it got billed for another month, so I'm stuck for another month. But I've been thinking about this one a lot. I think not only am I going to cancel it entirely, but I think I'm going to just kind of make a rule that I won't put out any kind of Claude content at all. I'm just kind of done with Anthropic. Did you guys see Dario was actually on Twitter yesterday. Did you guys see that? You hit your monthly limit. Wait, monthly limit? It's like weekly limits. All right, I don't like this song. It sounds like church bells. Let's change this. You gotta go. Next. Okay, that looks good. I like the glowy effect. Let's look at it against a... Yeah, that looks really good against a dark one. He got the gradient right. I love that. I don't like how the top corners are square and the bottoms are round. So we're going to go ahead and pop that same radius in there. It's a small little fiddly change, but we're going to get it. Just a second. Monthly limit. Yeah, I hit my weekly limits constantly. Today it said monthly. That's the first I've heard of a monthly limit. It wouldn't surprise me. This is the problem. They just keep doing this shady bullshit without telling us. Did you know that the watermark thing actually started 2 weeks ago? I didn't know that. Like, I thought it was just this thing that they were talking about that they were going to release sometime in the future. And then I actually found out Friday, like, no, they've been doing it since August 2nd, which it's just not the first time they've done that. The thing that they were doing with, like, when Fable was first out, and then they would just silently drop you down to a new model. They weren't even telling people at first until someone figured it out and outed them. So now... Yeah, I guess now they've rolled out a monthly reset. And the thing is, it's not that hard to communicate these changes, right? Like, we open the app, it's real easy to have some kind of modal pop up or some homepage that tells you, like, the changes, you know, so that people aren't getting blindsided. I think that when you blindside your users with things that they weren't expecting, it just creates just a bad customer experience, bad, you know, mistrust. And then everyone goes around and talks trash about you, and it's just not good. I just don't understand how they are not more intelligent at that. Yeah, dude, transparency. I think, you know, people are always going to have problems with change. We're just wired that way as humans. But if you're transparent and make people aware of it up front so they're not feeling like you were trying to sneak something on them, it tends to land a lot better. Dude, Opus 5 is freaking trash. It's one of the worst models I've ever used. It straight up lies constantly. I don't trust it on my computer. I tried using it for one project, maybe for an hour or two, and it just, like, literally almost every single turn was it lying to me about something, and it was just like, dude, you're not running on my computer ever again. You're done. All right, so we got our radiuses on the cards. I like those. Those are looking good. All right, I'm happy with those widgets. What's going on? Legal automation, how you doing? How's it going? Yeah, so Dario was on the Twitter yesterday. Let me see if I can find this in a way. See if I can find it. Yeah, so here is Dario's Twitter profile. And so I guess somehow he ended up, he never posts. What's interesting about his, I mean, this tells you a lot about this guy. That he is not following a single person. But he's got 587,000 followers, which I guess, you know, makes sense because he's a slut. But he's not following a single person. Like, there's literally not another single person in the world that is worthy of him being interested in what information they have to give. That is one of the biggest signs of what kind of person you are. That, like, unbelievable. Not anyone, like, there's not a single person on the planet that is worthy of the great Dario Amodei wanting to be interested in what they have to say. Like, come on, bro. So somehow he ended up in this exchange with Gavin Baker. I think probably after some of the things that Gavin said on the All In podcast. And so he basically just kind of came out and you guys should read it. I'll pop a link in here. You guys can read it. But it's basically just this giant word salad, which, like, right away, dude, like, learn to use some paragraphs. This is ridiculous. And basically just kind of very not self-aware at all, you know, making the argument that, you know, he doesn't think that he's been overly negative and da-da-da-da-da-da. But it just kind of, like, reinforces what people think about him, I think. I put a poll, but I don't think anybody actually voted on my profile. Oh, here we go. I did get a couple votes, so 2 votes. Basically asking if the little thing helped his case. One person said it hurt his case, one person was unchanged. So not a lot of votes, but, you know, go feel free to jump on my Twitter and pop your vote in there. After you read it, I feel it just, to me, it feels like he either has, like, crippling level of autism / Asperger's where he can't take any information in from anyone else, or he is just a complete and total megalomaniac. Either way, not, you know, not a company I want to support. And I think, you know, the fact that their tools are slightly better than the other tools, for me, is just not worth it anymore. I'm just done. I don't really want any money going to them. I don't want to use my channel to give any publicity to them, other than talking shit about them. You know, I'll continue to talk shit about them on my weekly news stories because it's fun. But yeah, I don't really want to help them. I think if we end up in a position where Anthropic is the company that wins this, I think it's going to be very bad for all of us. Most arrogant man in the world that makes Altman look humble. I agree, dude. And that, man, that is really saying something, bro. Like, legitimately saying something. Okay, let's get back to adding modules. I will get off of my soapbox and stop preaching at you guys. What was on my list to add here? I mean, the next thing I want to do is the next couple things I want to do is adding animation related to you guys being able to use custom emojis, but I don't think any of you guys are signed up as members, so I don't know how I'm going to test that. And then I also want to create some kind of database that allows me to keep track of who's been on shows and, like, welcome new people to chat. So let's do that first. So I don't really use voice prompting a lot because my brain tends to wander and weave around, and I like to use my typing so that I can edit and make sure that my prompts are like exactly what I want to say. And I've noticed that I have a really hard time typing while I'm talking, so I just kind of go silent while I'm writing prompts. So I want to add a database that keeps track of who's been in the show just by using their usernames from the chat. I would like to keep statistics like how many messages they've sent, how many shows they've attended, and create some kind of widget that allows me to show their name with how many shows or other statistics. I think I also want some kind of animation the first time we get a chat message from a new account. So we're going to try to do that. Oh, let's go. We got signed up as a member. All right, dude. We're going to be able to test. Let's go. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. All right, well, let's get Grok going on this, and then we are going to test the custom. Ah, dang, I keep forgetting to hit compact. 60% of my context window. Also, I need to drop this down from extra high before I blow through all my limits. Although, let me see where I'm at for the week. I think I still have quite a bit. Let's see. I think they also gave us a reset banked. I'm at 53%, and it resets on the 18th, which is in 2 days. I do have one reset available. And all right, we'll drop it down from extra high after this one. I think we can probably hit medium and be just fine. Yeah, so Fable's good, but I think about it in the differential space, and I don't think Fable is that much better than Sol or Grok 4.6, or really even honestly Gemini 3.7. I don't think the difference is that much better to make it worth the nonsense. There certainly was a point earlier in the year, January, February, where the gap between Claude and ChatGPT was significant enough that I mostly used ChatGPT in 2025. I really didn't like Grok or Claude. I didn't like Claude at first because it would give you these massive 3-page answers for every single prompt, and it'd be like, dude, can you just give me straightforward, simple answers? We don't need to burn through 1,000 tokens on every. So I just didn't like the style of communication, so I never really used it. I just used ChatGPT constantly last year. One of the top 1% users. I prompted ChatGPT over 11,000 times in 2025. And then once Claude Code hit, and there was a pretty significant gap for a while, I ended up starting to use Claude a lot more. And then, ChatGPT closed that gap. So again, I would say most of my dev was done with ChatGPT. I would say for most of the year, still probably half and half, ChatGPT or Claude. 60-30 probably. Because Claude just burns through so many freaking tokens, dude. And I've been able to hammer constantly on ChatGPT and be fine. And then I just got this Grok thing a couple months ago. I had used Gemini a lot in there too. Gemini was good, but the knowledge cutoff window sucks, and so I just didn't really love it a lot. I also didn't really like that most of their tools were browser based. But yeah, now I've just been using Grok and ChatGPT Sol a ton. I just don't think the gap between Fable and everything else is worth it. And then the other thing that, the thing that really irritates me is it can't, or it won't, do a lot of the work that I need. For example, before I release something, I like to do a security audit. I like to point the other tools at the repo and say, hey, do a full security audit of this, and Fable will refuse. It will drop you down to the Opus model, and a lot of times it'll drop you down to Opus 4.8. It'll just say, I can't do that. And so, I can't have a tool that won't work with me. Brian, I appreciate you joining our membership. Are you able to type one of those custom emojis into the chat just so that we have a reference for it? There should be 5 of them. I don't know how it works because I just set it up. I've not used it. But there should be 5 of them. There's one that says vibes, one says build, and then there's 3 of the robot heads. So if you can pick one of those and type it into the chat window, that will give me a start of something to key off of when we start building that feature. Codex and Claude are too slow. Yeah, dude, Codex really has... It's not so much that it's slow, it's that it's doing so many more things, which makes the overall process slow. So it's a trade-off between being complete. Sounds good. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I think Claude is actually kind of faster than Codex right now. But it's hard to measure that because you're looking at time, but you're not looking at how much stuff it's outputting. You know, like that part is not as obvious. All right, so audience is a new overlay with a module, tracks username and platform, messages sent, shows attended. A show is a session. First chat of a session opens one. In show on the dashboard closes it. How to use it. All right, let's restart our server just in case. Where's the control for that? This. Okay, so let's pop our audience in there. I think the poll we can turn off. Let's edit our audience one. On-screen shows. Let's go. We got a new member. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate the support. Dark card. I don't see this. Okay, I see the text code, but I don't see the little image. I suspect that's because I'm using this restream thing instead of the direct YouTube chat. So I'm gonna open up this stream on my phone from another account just to see how that looks in the chat. Okay, perfect. I see the images. Yep, those are exactly what I wanted. Thank you, sir. I love it. Okay, that's awesome. Yeah, I see the images on YouTube, but it actually sends through the text code in Restream because I'm using Restream to stream to X and YouTube at the same time, which is what I thought it would do. Okay, so see how you popped up there. So you are listed as someone being in one show. You've sent 4 messages. There we go. See, I can send stats. I can show stats about you. I like that. All right. So that is super cool. So you're in there. That is awesome. It's just going to keep taking that. Okay. First ever account gets a first time in chat. Welcome, Pop. That's not what I want. Okay, so whenever we detect, I don't know, DETED, what is that? I don't know what I was typing there. Detect someone's first message ever. I want a separate widget to pop up that says new user, their name, welcome to the guild, with a big confetti celebration on screen. So we got our user stats. So now the next thing will be, God dang, I keep forgetting to compact. Oh my God, 71%. I got to compact, bro. And I got to change from extra high. What am I doing? So I haven't tried Grokbot because I don't have a high enough level subscription to be eligible for Grokbot. I got my Grok by purchasing a Twitter Premium Plus account. And it comes with that. That got me my blue check mark, so that I can respond to people like Dario with a blue verified check mark and say, bro, you're out of pocket with all this stuff. You gotta stop with all the doomerism. Stop making people afraid of AI and wanting to shut down data centers. It's nonsense. AI tools are the greatest thing ever. We're living in the best time ever to be a human. You can build and create anything that you dreamed of. That's amazing. You should celebrate that. No, I think, oh, so Grok Build, yeah, Grok Build comes with a paid account, and it definitely comes with the Twitter Premium Plus account. Elon sent a tweet out yesterday or the day before saying that if you wanted to use Grok 4.6, the best way to use it right now is through Grok Build. Actually, I don't even think you need a Grok account to get Grok Build, because Grok Build is open source and you can download and install it for free, and you can, let's go. We got another member. Let's go. You guys are gonna be able to test the chat with me in a minute. That's exciting. I love it. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. But yeah, so you can download Grok Build for free, and then you can run that harness with any model that you want. We actually had somebody setting that up in our school community. We do Friday Night Vibes, which it's an awesome call. You guys should definitely be on there. The last 2 weeks have been incredible. But that one's free. That one's open to the world, and people come on there. They, do show and tell, share their projects, shoot the shit, and just enjoy being together on Friday nights at the end of the week with other people that are interested in AI and building cool things, and it's a lot of fun. So somebody was somebody had a super fire MacBook with like 128 gigs of RAM, and like it was just a super fired up MacBook. So he was installing local models and then attaching Grok Build to run the local models as the harness. So all right, let me focus here. I need to compact. I need to do that right away. We're out of control with that. Okay, so somebody's first message ever pops up in the center for about 8 seconds. Says their name, welcome to the gig, and big confetti burst. Oh, dude, did they open it up to be able to do ads? All right, hold on a second. Let me finish this. The ads thing is interesting. Dang, it's taking a long time to compact. It's usually pretty fast. Obviously, I've been going a little bit heavy. All right, let me restart the server so that we get this new widget picked up. Poll commands new user is on. All right, we got our roster here. Still not fully understanding how that works, but we'll get. All right, Grok is taking a long time to compact. Okay, so the ads on ChatGPT, they announced that, what, like 6 months ago or something? Let me change the model level too. drop that down to medium. I think medium's gonna be fine for what I'm doing. We're not doing anything too complicated right now. Let me test this audience. Or the new user. Let me test this one. I need a new I need a new user to chat for the first time to test it. That's stupid. All right, can you add a test button? We need a test button on that. Okay, so the ads on ChatGPT, they announced that. How long ago did they announce that? It was like 6 months ago. And I wrote this up in my LinkedIn page. I think that choice could end up being the thing that destroys them. Okay, they removed the restriction. That's really cool. And are you gonna automate? Are you gonna advertise your services on there? Yeah, dude, I would love for you to jump in our school community and get on one of our calls so I can talk to you more about that. I would love to do that. Here's the thing with the ads is people don't really want ads in their AI models, but we will end up with advertising. So by them being the first one to do it, they're essentially going to normalize it. Somebody has to do it and normalize it to where, you know, everybody just accepts it. Like, you know, 25 years ago, the thought of having like paid ads injected into your web search results, like people thought it was really gross and they hated it. And then, you know, we got used to it and then Google became Google. So as it gets normalized, people just accept it. But by them normalizing it, they're bringing Google into the fight, which is really dumb because Google already has all of the ad relationships, right? Like every large company is already on Google. So if it comes down to, you know, ads and chat, Google can just turn on this massive platform and OpenAI has to develop that platform. So they're at a massive disadvantage. And it will eventually enable to do what I suspect Google will do anyway, which is make all of their models free. Because almost all of Google's products are products that we don't pay for. No one pays for Google search, and that's their bread and butter. Advertisers just pay to be on it. And so while ChatGPT and Anthropic, they have to make money by getting us to pay a monthly subscription fee, Google has the option of just saying, hey, this model's free, use it. And it's, you know, going to be supported by ad revenue. And then once they do that, there's literally no reason to ever have a ChatGPT or Claude subscription. And so they cease to exist. So I think that we will look back upon that move, that decision to be the first one to introduce ads, the first one to play towards Google's strength, as one of the biggest corporate strategy blunders ever. Let's go, new user. All right, so the new user chat popped up. I didn't see the confetti thing though. So that, let's see. It did pick up the new chat though, so that's exciting. Let's go to my new user so I can test. All right, there we go. We got the confetti in there. So that's good. That's exciting. Anytime I get a new chat, it'll pop up. It'll recognize that person. I like that. That's inclusive. That's exciting in the stream. Let's try it again. Okay, there's a bug in there. The confetti isn't always popping up. Yeah, Yeah, see how there's a lag in whether the confetti. And you. I'm asking Grok to double check the confetti animation. There seems to be a lag, or maybe it's not always firing. So it's the Grok build CLI. Yeah, I'm really interested to hear how you guys' OpenAI ad campaigns go. My understanding is the only people that are going to get the ads are the ones that are on the free ChatGPT plans. Which might actually, honestly, if you're selling AI consulting or automation, that might actually be the best audience, because those are probably your least sophisticated users, the ones that most need the help. But I don't think, if somebody is on, a 5x Sol plan, I don't think they'll see the ads, right? I think the people that are selling products that can figure out the advertising, I think there's a ton of money to be made there. Like if you're selling some physical product. It's interesting because it has a chance to like really step into Amazon's business too. Because basically everybody just goes on Amazon and searches now. People don't even price search anymore, myself included. They just go pick whatever's on Amazon and have it Prime shipped to them. But if we end up in a situation where everybody's doing their product search first through ChatGPT, then that cuts Amazon out of the equation, right? Dude, 60-year-old attorneys are really good clients to have. They have a lot of money and they don't know shit about technology. I wish that I had one or two of those clients. I wouldn't be so poor. I just haven't pushed really hard on the AI consulting thing because consulting just gets so obnoxious, dude. Being on someone else's schedule and asking them to follow up and everything is so frustrating. The legal market's an interesting one. Do you know about that case out in New York earlier in the year where there was some guy, I think he was on facing charges for some kind of insider trading or something, and he took the legal documents that his lawyer had given him and he started shoving them through Claude or ChatGPT or one of them to, I guess cross-check, come up with his own strategy, etc. And because he did that, he ended up losing his attorney-client privilege. And so all the stuff became discoverable and he completely blew himself out. I think that's a big one that is probably obvious if you're an attorney, but if you're not an attorney, it seems like something that you could really easily do, putting stuff into a commercial LLM, and then you've lost your attorney-client privilege, which is an important privilege to have. Out of all the privileges, attorney-client is amongst the most important ones. So are you just helping them find clients? Helping do advertising and stuff for them? They don't want to do the Ann Fong billboard style? Any of you guys in California, any of you guys know about Ann Fong? Wait, if the attorney feeds it to AI, it's not an issue, but if the client does, it is? How is that? I thought the way around it was if you had an enterprise level subscription, that gave you a walled off, a different version of the subscription where things were walled off. Document automation software and stuff, internal workflows, that's good, that's a great use. I've always been curious if, so lawyers are an interesting market because a lawyer really has no economic incentive to make automation. Because if they automate something, then they can't bill the client for it, right? So they're almost better off to stay like outdated and taking up too much time moving documents around because every one of those is a billable hour, right? Or are they looking at the other way that automation allows them to take on more cases? Okay, so allegedly Grok has fixed my little confetti cannon. Let's test that out again. There we go. That's our new user, someone that just chatted the first time on a show. They get celebrated. It's lasting a long time, and the confetti is staying on there a long time. I wonder what happens if two people come in the same window. Let's ask. So what happens if I get two new chatters very close together and the first one isn't done animating when the second one chats their first message? I think I want some kind of cue to ensure that no one is missed. Wait, did you pop up as your first chat? Did it recognize you? I wasn't looking at the screen. Okay, they have minimal billings, so an email, even if it only took 30 seconds. I know that from having gone through a divorce. They love to find ways to rack up billing. Worked in a law firm, worked sometimes 12 hours on an 8-hour workday. Yeah, that sounds about right. So right now I like Grok over the alternatives because it is cheaper. It does what you ask it to do. So versus Anthropic will just drop you down to a different model because it decides it doesn't want to work on whatever you're working on. Grok does not do that. And Grok just seems to stay more focused and on task than ChatGPT does. ChatGPT likes to just kind of drift around all over the place. And Grok is really good. If you use Grok's planning feature, it kind of stays on that plan. So it's just easier to stay aligned with your model when you're using Grok. I also use ChatGPT a lot. I would say those are my top two tools. And then I'm going to end up getting rid of my Claude subscription. I'm going to be done with those guys. So I think the way that little widget in the upper left does is whenever the last message that somebody sends, it just kind of it just pops up and shows how many shows that person's been in. Which is cool. We will add, that opens up, like now that I've got that database tracking the usernames of who's been in my chats, that opens up all kinds of stuff where I can like start, bestowing titles upon people and, just recognizing the people that support the community. So that's cool. Do you guys have any ideas of what I could do with that? So now I can track, people's names and when they've been on shows, not in like a Big Brother way, because I'm literally just capturing your YouTube username, but more just to like show gratitude towards you guys being here. So what would be interesting things that I could do with that information? Oh, thank you for being here, Core. Appreciate it. Ask away, dude. The show's more interesting when you guys are in the chat and I have stuff to talk about while I'm waiting on these tools. Okay, so before this, the second name replaced it. Worse, the first person's 8-second timer was still running, so the second card could vanish. So now it lines up. Okay, cool. So it should queue up. That's good. Let's go ahead and do a little server restart just to pick up the latest changes. next thing I want to work on. I want to get started. Back in the chat and get the one that you sent. I don't think that is a white background, but we'll see. Okay, so I'm working on the member animation. So the first one we're going to do is with the Mad Robot. And so I asked Grok, I've got the custom emoji. I want to create custom animations when they send one of those emojis. Here's an example of the text that comes through. And then I gave it an image. So what I'm going to do to start is if you send the Mad Robot, it's just going to kind of bounce the Mad Robot head around the screen for a couple seconds. I have a feeling that the background of that isn't transparent, so it's going to show like a white square instead of just the robot head, but that's fine. We'll pop it into Canva and adjust it if we have to. The first thing is detecting those commands, which we're already reading the chat. Now we'll end up with some kind of library of the custom emoji commands. Yeah, no, I don't mind giving, you know, ask any questions you want, Core. Happy to help where I can. And then also, we do have the school community where, you know, you can ask anything you want. Lots of cool people in there. We have a VIP level where there's daily VIP calls 5 days a week where we get on and, you know, any kind of questions you got. And then there's also a free call that's open to the world on Friday night, the Friday Night Vibes, where tons of people come in and share their projects and help each other. Lots of fun. Hope to see you there. It's free, unless you want to go to the VIP tier and be on the VIP meetings. That also gives you access to the Vibe Code Guild Brain, which is a very cool knowledge brain thing that I've been working on. Chat dried up. Are you guys still out there? All right, exercising. Let's go. A little home exercise equipment, treadmill, elliptical, or some calisthenics. I need to get exercise, dude. I'm like the fattest I've ever been in my life. It's so uncomfortable. I was talking with another dad. We're thinking about doing like a weight loss challenge. I think that's going to be the way to do it. My competitive instinct is stronger than my self-preservation instinct. So while I know I need to lose weight to self-preserve, that isn't enough motivation, but if I can beat somebody else in a contest, that gets me fired up. Outside on a walk. Yeah, I need to start doing more walking. I tell you what, I did something to my knee. I think I've got a torn meniscus. But yeah, it's really impacting my ability to walk. All right, one of you guys that joined my member level, if you would go ahead and hit that mad robot emoji, that should cause mad robot head to bounce around on the screen. Let's get that mad robot emoji going from one of you guys that member joined. I think Legal, you can do it. Brian, you can do it. Okay, I see your emoji, but I didn't see the animation. Let me restart the server. Maybe that. Or let me make sure that it's turned on. Member emoji. Okay, I see him. All right, try it again, Legal. Let's see if it picks it up from you. Hit that mad robot emoji again, please, sir. While you're doing that, I am going to pop open a Canva, and we are going to... There it is. I see it. Let's go. We are going to... remove the background on that. Background eraser. And we will share that. And we will do... Alright, so it's saving that as an SVG with a transparent background. And let's just double check that that looks good. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to give this back to Grokster. I'm going to give him back that image. Copy the freaking file. Not the path, dude. Whatever, fine. I'll take it. Actually, I'm going to do that a different way. We are going to copy this file. I'm going to go into my project. And this. There. That'll put that SVG in there. Lost my mouse. Alright, so we'll trade that. Then I'll have you send another one, or I can test it. I like having you guys do it though, because now we're getting our interactive features. This is what we want. We're getting an exciting live stream going here. And I think now that I had 2 more people sign up, so I guess YouTube gives you more, like as you get more members. Let's go. That looked good. As you get more members, you're allowed to add more emojis. So I think I'm allowed to add 2 more. So later on today, we are going to get some kind of poo emoji so that you guys can throw poo on my screen. Because I may be turning 50 this year, but I still reserve the right to act like a 15-year-old. Because why not? Okay. And let's go ahead and Add another one. We'll upload my happy robot. You guys use Canva? I like Canva. It's pretty solid. And then if you could hit the other 4 emojis, just so I can get those codes into the chat so that I can wire those up too. That would be helpful. Damn, where is mine? You know what? We're going to work on another project today too. Love robot vibes, and then what's the last one? Happy. There we go. Happy robot. Okay. All right, that gets that one going, and then let's go ahead and get my heart face robot. Let's add you. Boom, boom. Let's take the background off. We'll call that Love Robot. Download. Okay, let's wire that one up. And then our vibes. I think my music just died. It did. Let's change the mood to funky. Sounds funky. I love me some funk, bro. I like to point people at funk music. I'm a big music fan, music nerd. If you like hip hop and you don't want to listen to toxic, misogynistic, criminal garbage, you should listen to funk, because most of the hip hop songs that we all love are literally just bass tracks that were stolen from funk. So you can get that bass, that groove, without all the toxic crap. Get our vibes one locked up, and then I got one more to do, and then that should have all of those wired up. Let's upload. feel like this song is just like a lot of lead up. Like I'm waiting for the bass to drop. All right, save this one. And then we should be done with Canva. That should have all of those done. Let's get my OBS window back up here so I can see what's going on. And then let's okay, cool. So I've got test buttons for all of them. Let's test my new user again. Let's go. I like that one. I like highlighting when somebody came here the first time. That's pretty sick. Might add some little robot heads bouncing around on that animation too, but you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Okay, so let me restart the server real quick, just to be completely safe. And then that should be wired, bro. You should be able to send any one of the 5 emojis. And they should cause animations. So if you would like to click on those, then you just make sure that each one of them is actually working. That's another thing we got. All right, look at that robot head. So right now they just kind of bounce around randomly on the screen for a couple seconds, which I kind of like. Ooh, we got the vibes. Dang, build came in fast. Love robot. And then I need the mad robot too, bro. There we go. All right, let's go. I like this. Okay, so now I want to make some extra configurations on this. I really love this. So I said, I really love this. Great work, bro. I like to tell my LLMs good job when they do good. I want to add some settings to these animations that allow me to set how long they bounce around on screen, and some direction settings, speed settings, as well as keeping direction and speed as random options like they are now. So that'll give me just a little bit more control over those. I think that the 2 seconds is a little bit too long, but I don't want to ask Grok to be like, oh, well, I want it to be 5 seconds, hardwire that in. I want it to just be a setting, and then I can dial in and adjust it, you know, exactly how I want it to be. So we always want to parameterize things as much as we can instead of hard coding options in. In the old days, when we were typing code the artisanal way, the temptation to hard code values in your code is always there because it saved a lot of work. But now to add a setting is just like one more prompt and waiting for another 20 seconds. There's no reason to be lazy on hard code values anymore. All these kids that never wrote code the hard way are just never going to understand how much easier this is. They're never going to have an appreciation for how much work this stuff saves us. And I have a feeling at some point, once I get this wrapped up the way I want, I will probably end up open sourcing it and letting people, you know, use it and build their own animations and stuff, their own overlays. I think it's a useful feature for people that are doing live streams. What other animation modules or information modules could I add that would be interesting to you guys? One of the things that I know for sure I want to do is to be able to recognize when somebody's a member and treat their stuff on screen differently. But I think that that's going to require connecting to the YouTube API instead of just the Restream API. And then also at some point this week, I am going to be moving to Riverside instead of Restream, so I'm going to have to rebuild some of the back end on that. But I think what we'll end up doing is we'll leave the Restream stuff in place, and then just build Riverside as an option. So that gives me two integrations. So if I do end up, you know, making this something open source, then it's even more useful for the people that get it. What do you think? Could I make this open source with an optional donation? Do you think people would like potentially give me money on it? I have a hard time believing that anybody that follows me would actually want to pay for software, because I literally am teaching them to build their own software. So why would they want to pay me for something that I'm teaching them to like build themselves? I don't know. All right, so we've got some direction settings in here. Speed, random, slow, fast. Getting an error in here. Getting some errors on that. I don't know if it's just because I didn't restart the server. All right. That's an 8 second, so we change that to a 5 second. I don't really understand what this... Okay, so this is random. That's cool. Starts down left and then ricochets. Ah, okay, I see what it's saying. Wait, why would... That didn't look like it started down left. I don't think this is wired up correctly. Yeah, see, the first movement was down right. I don't really care. I kind of want to keep it random. So the speed is random. Let's go fast. Let's see what that looks like. Ooh, that gets aggressive. You know what? I'm keeping it random. I like the random. I think 5 seconds is a good 5 seconds feels like a good amount of time for it to stay on screen where you can still see it, but it's not too distracting. So that's pretty cool. When I do something fun, you guys can give me love. When you agree with me. When I say something that's offensive, you can do a mad robot. And later on tonight, I should be able to add a couple more emojis, one of which for sure will be some kind of poo, so you guys can fling poo at me if you like. Because why not? Who doesn't love tossing some poo at people? Okay, so this audience one. Okay, so basically anytime that you guys chat, it pops up. Show how many shows and how many messages. Okay, that's fine for now. I think I want to add my ability to add titles to people. And I think that I need something that's really just like a member management panel, because we've got the roster in here, but I think I want like a separate panel to manage usernames and add stuff on them. So we're going to do that next. All right, and we're going to compact. I think that's going to be the future. We're going to start adding more and more user features, because without you guys watching, it's not a stream. It's just one old man talking to himself in a room, which is weird. It doesn't become a stream until I got people watching and getting involved. So, got to make these features all about you guys and how I can make it fun for you guys. It's interesting. The compacting command takes quite a bit longer in 4.6 than it did in 4.5. I don't know if that is across all 4.6 or if it's just because I've been using this particular session for so long. Maybe it's just got a lot of stuff that's got to compact. That definitely is something that I'll pay attention to and try to see. You guys still out there? It's gone quiet in the chat. Very quiet in the chat right now. Quiet in the chat, so quiet in the chat. Very, very quiet in the chat. You guys like my singing? It's pretty bad. Probably shouldn't do that. It's gonna make people unsubscribe and thumb down my channel. Alright, compacting is done. Okay, cool. This is awesome. Just gonna stop and give my little Grok a compliment. I like to do that from time to time. Say, this is awesome, you're crushing it today. You know, I think it's good to have, it's good to show some gratitude. This guy is really working his butt off for me, and I love it. Absolutely love these tools. All right, I want to build more. Where is that actually at now? Right now the roster is buried in the audience overlay. I want to move that. Instead, I want to build some more member management features. Instead of having the roster buried in the audience overlay, I want to make a dedicated screen for managing the audience. I'm thinking about doing things like giving people custom titles or custom images. Legal, are you still out there? Are you actually a lawyer, or do you just help lawyers? Like, what is the extent of your legal knowledge? I have some legal type questions about something that happened in AI this week. I'm curious what the implications are. Oh, we should have GIFs that pop up. I think I can do that through my Stream Deck. Okay. Let's go. We got a new chatter. Thanks, CEO. I appreciate it, man. You see that little animation that we created there? Been working on that today for anytime somebody pops their first chat in the stream, it celebrates them being here. Let's go, dude. I just got jewels. What the heck? That's like money or something. Let's go. I just got money. I just got money. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that more than you know. That's awesome. Thank you. You just made my day. That's so awesome. I saved you money? Tell me more. How did I save you money? Did you get rid of your Claude? I love saving money. I don't know if you've noticed or not from my videos, but I am kind of a cheap bastard. I don't like to waste money where I don't have to. There's a recurring theme in my videos. And I have my little robot make fun of me every time for being a cheap bastard, but what are you gonna do? Give me just a second. Let me focus on what I'm reading here, and then I'll get back to you. So when I give someone a title or image, where should it show up? On the last chat or overlay? I think so, yeah. Desk only for now. Both last chatter and first time welcome card. Well, they wouldn't get a title because it's their first time. New on-stream member card. Let's start with A. Don't need the highest build plans anymore thanks to Grok Build. Yeah, dude, Grok Build is like the way to go. I tell you what, one of these days I really want to get to where I am able to run my own local models. Because that, if you really want to start saving money, that's the way to do it, is to have local models, and then you can connect Grok Build to run those local models. And then Grok 4.6 can be basically delegating tasks, like the simple tasks that can delegate to the cheaper local models, and then you don't spend any tokens at all. I just don't have enough money to buy a computer that is that fancy yet. So hopefully someday I will get enough audience and make money, get enough members in my school community that I can afford things like that, enough wonderful people like yourself giving me gifts on the stream, or joining my YouTube membership so that you can send emojis. I'll have one of those computers, but for right now I'm stuck on the cloud plans like everybody else. And yeah, I love Grok. It's very token efficient. How do I want to assign titles? Free text per person, type whatever I want. Pick from a small list, both. Let's go both, yeah, that's fine. I know, dude, I'm really excited to see what Grok 4.7 is gonna be. Because if you look at the benchmark tests, Grok 4.6 is only very slightly behind Fable. And I have a feeling, actually I have so much of a feeling that I put a bet in Kalshi on this, that Grok is going to have the best model at the end of the month. which only really if they get Grok 4.7 triggered, like released before September 1st, and it ends up being best in the benchmark tests, then my it's, you know, it's a $3 bet, you know. It's not a lot. I just put it for fun. I don't like betting, actually. I think betting's stupid, but one of the projects I want to work on at some point is trying to connect some of these models to Kalshi to see what they could do paper trading. And so I just opened up a Kalshi account just to test it out. Put 20 bucks in there to play around. Custom images, how do they get onto a person? Upload a file. Let's go A, yeah, upload a file. Let's go. We got another new chat. Welcome to the stream, Pedro. You already used all your weekly credit on Grok Build? Are you running on extra high or something? It takes a lot of work to use all of it. Man, I really appreciate you coming here to take time, and I'm going to go one step farther, and I'm going to invite you to join our school community. We've got a lot of amazing people in there helping each other out, and we have the Friday Night Vibes call, which is getting better every single week. It is so much fun. That is open free to the world for everyone to come in there, share the cool projects that they're working on, learn from each other, just hang out and be part of a community of people that are using AI and learning. I try to keep it very beginner friendly. One of the things that's very important to me is that no one is ever allowed to be rude for somebody because they just started getting out or they're using a different tool, or like trying to be the opposite of Stack Overflow. Like Stack Overflow was all about like being rude to people and calling them noobs and stuff. So we never ever, that's never tolerated in my community. We celebrate everybody's work no matter where they're at. And then if you're so inclined, there's also a VIP tier that allows you to be part. I do calls 5 days a week now, where you can come in, get whatever tech support, help, talk about whatever you want. Those are recorded and they're putting into a community brain where you can search. Yeah, so the $49 option, I'm gonna do a live pitch here and show you exactly what you do get for that. If I can find the freaking tab where I got, there we go. So yeah, so if you join at the $49 tier in my community, you get access to the calls 5 days a week. We're doing those. I do them at different times just to make sure different people around the globe can have a time that works for them. And then you also get access to this Vibe Code Guild Brain, which is a project I've been working on. So all of the daily VIP calls are recorded and they're uploaded in here, and it creates a transcript and a searchable database. So if you're trying to find something, like we talked about eBay on one of these calls, you can type the word eBay and it will bring up any moment from any of our calls in history when we talked about that, who said it, what we were talking about, and you can click watch and go right to that exact moment in that call, which I'm not going to load right now because I don't want to interrupt the stream. And then we've got a whole bunch of GitHub repos in here of all kinds of different stuff that people have found or their own projects. Like there's one in here that I want to get going on, which is this open source repo that somebody created an alternative to Opus Clip, which I want to start using to like clip shorts out of my videos. What's up, Sherpa? And then you also get access to the info feed, which I've got all kinds of news feeds that are flowing in here so that you can stay on top of all of the latest AI news. This is kind of how I'm like sourcing for the This Week in AI video that you saw. And then there's also a set of external videos. So just trying to feed in all of the good AI videos, you know, not just about me, but like anything that's out there that we can be learning from. There's the ability to communicate and have discussions. And then there's, you know, there's badges. There's badges you can win and titles you can get just like anything else. So yeah, so if you join at that $49 tier, you get to be in the Vibe Code Guild Brain. And any anything that you, ideas you have, anything that we can do to make it better, that's what we do. So I love seeing it, but you don't have to wait until Thursday to join. You can join the school community for free, and you can still start posting there. You can still start being a part of the communications. You also can be on our Friday Night Vibes call for free. So we're trying to have something for everybody. All right, Grok is adding me more questions. How should the image sit on the last chatter overlay? Small avatar to the left of the name. Yeah, let's do that for now. We can change that. Thanks, man. I am just trying to give out everything I know for free. Instead of, it seems like everybody else just wants to, like, most of the AI videos are just hype. They're just people trying to sell you a product because their sponsor paid them, and it's mostly people that have never built software that don't know what the hell they're talking about, or they're trying to sell you on a course. I do have some course offerings, but I don't push them. They're just there for people that, like, you know, want to go more in depth, because I do have to charge for my time at some point. I have so many more things that I want to do. I really just feel very constrained by not having more than 24 hours. I really wish I could figure out some way to, like, move like Quicksilver from Marvel, where I could just slow time down and do all these amazing things. I feel like that would be the best superpower. Let's go. Data Sherpa loves those Friday night calls. Yeah, we had fun this week. You guys were like trolling me with the background though. I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, dude, I can't wait to get Grok 4.6. That was funny. I noticed one person had the same background as me, and at first I was like, whoa, wait, you made a multi-board too? And then the second person added, and the third pass, I was like, they're bullying me now. It's funny. All right, so Grok is asking me more questions. Let me give Grok some love here. Locked in, last chatter card, small avatar, 3 ways to build it. Member desk plus profile fields on the existing viewer row. Keep it all on the same audience page. I don't really understand what the hell it's asking here. New members rail item. Oh yeah, I want option 1. Yeah. Okay. Drink 5-hour energies, you get an extra hour. I don't think that that's true. I do not think that that's true. I think that that takes off hours at the end. Man, what an amazing business that is, by the way, too. Do you guys know anything about the 5-hour energy business? That was all one dude. He created that and literally turned it into a billion-dollar business. And so freaking smart too, man, because one of the things that people don't realize in the drinks or like food in that category, there's this massive competition for shelf space, right? So like if you decided that you want to sell a new drink, you know, I mean, like Logan Paul was able to do it with Prime. You have to convince all of these retailers to put it into their cooler. Like, you know, the gas stations have put it in their cooler, which means they have to kick out one of the things that they've got there. So it's very competitive. But that guy figured out, like, oh, hey, I can make these tiny little bottles that just sit right there on the checkout counter. So he didn't have to compete with any of the other drink people for that cold space. And then also, because it's so small, he was able to get it right there by the checkout register. So he made it an impulse item, and the dollar value was so high, the profit margin on it was so high for the retailer that made them want to put it above any of the other things like candy bars or anything else. So just an amazing execution on a business strategy there. Completely creating a new category and just absolutely crushing it. So Grok is kind of planning out now because it's a bigger feature. I'm drinking some leftover Prime hydration sticks that my kids had that are expired. But they're in the cabinet, so I was like, might as well use them. It's not too bad. Better than soda for me, I guess. Maybe. Who knows? Okay, each viewer row keeps title key, custom title, image path. Yep, presets live in their own SQLite. Images go on disk. Alright. You're asking me too many questions here, dude. You gotta start building. Alright, you're asking me too many details. So Grok is checking in with every little detail right now for some reason, which I don't really want. So I said, we're getting too in the weeds here. How about we just build and I'll ask for changes later. I trust you, bro. This is something that I'm just using for myself. So, you know, we can be a little bit more free flowing and allow the process to unfold as it needs to unfold. I don't need to micromanage this. I do have my coffee. Drink Big Giant cold brew. I like cold brew. Cold brew is my 5-hour energy because cold brew has way more caffeine than hot brew. And I usually make my own cold brew, but I'm out. I haven't made it in the last couple days, and I like to let it brew for at least 24 hours. So I had to go hit the Starbucks today and get their cold brew. You guys go hot brew or cold brew? Let's do a poll. Let's use my poll feature. Let's do it. Let's do an audience poll. We're gonna do a 5-minute poll. We're gonna go bar chart. We're gonna go. Cold brew, type in cold, type in hot, and we will add an option, coffee is gross, and we will make that be none. Pop that up in the upper corner. And we are starting the poll. We got a 5-minute poll going, you guys. What kind of coffee do you like? Type in cold for cold brew, hot for hot, or none if you think coffee is gross. Grok is back to building instead of asking me questions, which is where I like to be. I like it burning up the tokens. I would probably worry more about planning if we were doing something more critical, but again, this is something for me, so let's go. We got a new chat. Oh, to jump in the poll, you got to type cold for cold brew, hot for hot coffee or coffee is gross, you type in none. So VS Code, you were here earlier, but you were not here after I implemented our new member chat, so it recognized you as a new person in the stream. Let's go. Everybody's loving some cold. I love some cold brew. You taste so much more flavor of the beans when you cold brew it. I think you have to type the word cold, V3. It's not sophisticated enough to pick out text strings inside other strings. Do you guys brew your own at home? I started doing my old cold brewing, God, like 15 years ago, and that's when you can really tell the difference of, so if somebody votes 2 times, it just takes your most recent vote. So that's how you can change your vote. I already got that taken care of, so you can't hack the vote by spamming my chat. Yeah, if you get high quality beans, you can, man, it just tastes so much different when you cold brew it. You know, like the single origin beans and stuff, you can really just taste, you know, like the fruit flavors or chocolate flavors. It just is a much more complicated way of enjoying the bean, in my opinion. To me, hot coffee just always tastes like coffee. I just don't really taste a lot of difference between them. Percolated? It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. You guys remember that song? Bing, 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 bing. Time for the percolator. I don't want to play it on stream because I don't want to get a copyright strike, but it is good. Yeah. Yeah, to me, every time you brew it hot, it just gets that bitter coffee taste that people, you know, the reason that the beginners put a lot of sugar and cream and stuff in their coffee is because it's got that bitter. I think even with as much as I love coffee, drinking hot coffee, just drinking it black, I don't particularly enjoy, but I'll drink black cold brew all day, every day. Whenever I order, do you want anything in it? Nope. I just want coffee and ice. I don't want cream. I don't want sugar. I think that's why I started doing it, honestly, back 15 years ago. Was because I did the math and I was like, God, if I drink black coffee and I don't have the cream and sugar, you know, that's dropping like several thousand calories a month out of my diet just by having black coffee. 1 more minute on our poll. See, we got the little timer in there. I can see there's 1 vote. V3, your vote never registered because you didn't just type the word cold in there. It's time for the percolator. It's time for the percolator. Boom, boom, boom. I'm going to listen to that when we're done with the stream. Where'd my 5-hour energy drink guy go? CEO. He was in here and he left. CEO gave me joules, dude. I got like, I don't really know what that 1,000 joules means. I don't know how much money that is, but I got money. I made money on this stream, bro. And we added some new member features too. If you guys join the YouTube membership page, you can send the custom emojis, which now trigger animations on the screen. So you can send the emoji and see that little robot head. You guys can actually make that happen by sending those emojis in the chat window. But you can't do that unless you're a member. Can't have every bandit in the world interrupting my chat. That's only allowed for my loving members. Boom, 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 boom. I definitely do like having this like background music. Let's go. Was that just a gift? Was that just a straight up gift, V3? Dude, thank you so much. You should have been... I wish I could put that back into a membership. You should have just signed up for the membership instead of the gift. Thank you, man. Dude, thank you. Honestly, thank you guys. I'm really trying to get this going so that I can support my family off of just having a community and giving out good information to you guys. So there's a lot of days where I sit around and wonder, what the hell am I doing? Am I out of my mind? And then, you know, people come in and appreciate it. Like, that really does mean a lot, dude. Like, more than I think you know. It means a lot to have you guys part of what I'm trying to build here. Sorry to get emotional, but the last few years have been a challenge, dude. I had a really good life that got destroyed by the COVID thing. Let's restart the server, and I'll tell you what happened in Shane's world. All right, so we have our members panel here. Okay, so this is picking up the database of all the people that have been in there. So V3, you just got yourself a VIP title, and I'm gonna ask Grok to put some images. What's your program? Wait, is that the one that you were trying to get me to use earlier that I turned down because I didn't know who you were? Now I feel like a dick. V3 code. I tell you what though, what I am gonna do, so I don't really want to do what everyone else is doing where I've got some sponsored product, unless it's a product that I actually use and like believe in. Like, I would take a sponsorship deal from Grok because I believe in Grok and I'll push it, but I'm not gonna become one of those guys that just like shovels bullshit software out because of sponsorship dollars. What I want to do, and I put this out to the school community last week, I just haven't done it on any of my videos yet, is I would like to basically be able to feature one of our members' projects as my like sponsor. It's not sponsored, but I'm sponsoring them. And so yeah, dude, jump in school, show it to us, and if it's cool, I will add it to one of my videos and be like, hey, this is, you know, something that, you know, one of my school members made. You guys should be on it. And you know, so free, better than paid advertising, dude. Free advertising. So yeah, jump into school and tell us about it. And if it's cool, I will add it to one of my videos. I'll do that this week for sure. Willow Springs, Illinois. Where the hell is that? Is that up by Chicago? It is up by Chicago. I grew up in central Illinois in all the corn. Down in the part of the state where we mostly hate Chicago. And Chicago wrecks it for everybody else. 5,000 downloads, that's solid, dude. I'm gonna like look it up. V3 code. This is you? I don't want tracking. Editor's tool into favorite code. VS Code fork with the intelligence built in. Very cool. I use VS Code constantly. This is it, right? Right away, I really like this website. The black, white, and gray is a nice color combination. This looks very. It doesn't look like vibe coded bullshit. It looks good. People don't properly appreciate how important the look of your website really is. I learned that very early in my career when I was building software, because I would make the most amazing code, but no one sees your code other than other software engineers. Like the people that use your software never see it. The part that they see is your UI. So if you really want to blow people away with your product, you really dial that UI in, then they're like, oh my god, that's amazing. So I'm a big fan of UI. Yeah, dude, I really like this website. What did I call that? The carousel. This carousel. That's nice. That's really nice. Really nice animation. Very smooth. All right, you guys should go out and check this project out. 3 layers. Memory you can climb. Works autonomously. Generate image assets without leaving the editor. I love doing that. Ah, cool. You can do that, because I don't think you can do that inside VS Code. You can do it in the CLI. Click anything, change it yourself. Yeah, this is cool, dude. I want to learn more about this. I tell you what, one of the things that I'm gonna be doing is I want to start adding podcast type things to my channel. Where I bring on people that have built their own projects and we just learn about it, learn about your build process, talk about it. So I definitely would be opening to doing a... What's up, Will? Welcome to the show. Thanks for jumping in. Look how you triggered that new chat overlay. We are working on building more stuff today. Hey, you've been here. That was your first chat since I added the member tracking. So thanks for doing it. It looks like Cold Brew was the winner with a giant vote of 1. But yeah, V3, definitely connect with me in the school community, and I'll figure out a way to give you some publicity for this stuff. It looks super cool. I'm sure that we can get some people trying it and giving you feedback. What was that little... What was that? What was that redirect? You gotta fix this. That weird redirect there. Change log creators. It's cool, man. Wait, I can get paid for making videos? Nah, I don't want to. I'll help you out for free, bro. You can pay me later. What's up, John? What did you make? Let's get back in here. Let me shut off my poll because we're done with that. And the members, I think he's done with that. Okay, so made images. I gotta restart the server. Give me just a second here, you guys. So yes, see, that was the first time John had chatted since oh, you made the stream, yeah. So that's the first time John had chatted. So it recognized him as a new user. He's now in my database. So it will keep track of how many shows he shows up on and how many chat messages he sends. So that I can recognize and thank people for being loyal and being here. And then what Grok has been working on now is my ability to manage members. So we have put our V3, he's in VIP, dude. That guy's tough. So V3, if you could type another chat, it should show up this title that I've given you when it pops up the chat. And John, actually, I'm giving John a custom title of the mystery. And then I want to add another image. Let's go. Somebody just hit the build. Yeah, so V3 is a member now, so he has the ability to send animations with the custom emojis that YouTube gives you. So I'm having Grok build a... So John, you just got a title of the mystery. Because I still have no idea what John looks like. I've been on calls with John for, God, like, feels like a year now. At least a year. Ignoring the other previous group that we're part of. But I still have never seen this guy's face. I have no idea what he looks like. It's all, he's just the mystery. And at this point, I kind of like the mystery. This is, like, basically, John is my version of Wilson from the Home Improvement show. Like how Tim had never seen his neighbor's bottom of his face because of the fence. John is one step further than Wilson because I've never seen any of his face. And then also, Wilson was kind of like the guy that Tim would go to when he was stuck and just had a lot of wisdom. And I feel like, John, you definitely bring that into my life too, man. I really enjoy having conversations with you. John's a very smart guy. You guys should join the school community and get to know him. Very bright dude. Very easygoing, easy to get along with. Definitely thankful that you are part of my life. Will, I don't know about you though, man. I don't know about this Will guy. Nah, Will's alright. Will's been on a couple of the streams. Is your schedule busy for a good reason? Like at least like working on something? Let's change that. John, you get your own title. There you go. John gets his own. Oh, dude, I just got another freaking trophy. Let's go. V3, man. You went from... We gotta add a new god tier. Catching up on the videos. Let's go. Yeah, I did one yesterday that I've been planning to do, but it ended up taking way more time than I had anticipated. Really because my process isn't great yet. So I've been building the Vibe Code Guild brain, which is built off of several things that I built over the last few months to try to acquire all the news and stay on top of the news. So I've got the news in part built in a way that I like now, but the curation of that news and turning it into a video, I still have a ton of gains that can be made there. That took like freaking 12 hours to make that video. But one of the things that I failed on right away, so I have something for tagging what stories I want to show every week, but I ended up having to go back through the list and start from the beginning and write the things that I thought interesting. So I'm gonna like close that loop, and so as I tag it, I have to make my note about it. That will close that loop down, and then I don't know if you guys saw or not. I had each article tab open, so that ended up being manual and opening it and dragging them all over. So that's something that I can just make a simple script that's just like open them all, boom. That's like one. Yeah, dude, definitely would like to see what you've built. I'll probably end up making this thing that I'm building open source. I got this idea from Dave Hacker, who was in our group. He had a video. He was using Claude to manage some of his OBS settings, and I was like, hey, I wonder if I can have Grok start. So V3, you got moved up to God tier. V3 has just been like very generous with the memberships and the gifts today, so thank you. John, you got a mystery. Will is, what are we gonna give Will? All right, so I'm asking Grok to make one called Bro, and then also I want to be able to add multiple titles to somebody. I don't think it should just be one. I think people should be able to stack up titles. Yeah, so what are the overlays that you've got, Will? The chat interaction one, so that one, I've got it to where, so like V3 is a member, so he can send in. So when you join my YouTube channel as a member, I think even just the $5 member, you get access to the custom emojis. And then when you send those now trigger animations on my screen. I only have 5 because you could only do 5 to begin with, but I guess as you add members, you get more and more. So supposedly, because I got a couple more people to sign up today, I can add 2 more. So one that I'll be adding later on for sure is going to be some way to send poo on my screen, because it's awesome. Oh yeah, social and channel, like having an overlay that always shows my handles. That would be a really good one. Channel goals. I haven't thought about channel goals. That's a really good one. Issue tracker. I'm not that organized with the way I dev. I'm super free flowing in the way I build stuff. I always have been. That's one of the reasons that I've spent most of my career trying to be a solo consultant as opposed to being on a big giant implementation team. I've done both. I don't tend to enjoy working on a big giant team because you have to be more like tracking the, you got your project manager that's tracking the issues and like your swim lanes and all that. It's just more organization. I just don't really enjoy it. I like to just go. I'm like the jam band version of Coder. Yeah, custom overlays. Very cool. I added the poll one in here. So that one's cool, but I'm only turning it on when I actually have something I want to ask you guys about. Not bad ones. Oh, yeah, conflicts. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just a personal choice, like there's not one right or wrong in terms of solo dev versus a big team. It's just a style situation, right? I like to use sports analogies. All right, so Will, I'm giving you a title of bro. You get to be bro. So next time you chat, it should pop you up as being a bro. Data Sherpa, I think Data Sherpa is a school member. And V3, you are for sure a VIP, God tier, and a member. John is a member as well. Yeah, there we go. So we got your custom images and your title. So I agree with you on a good project. A good project manager takes care of a lot of that like organization stuff for you. I had the last time I had a real consulting job was for CalPERS, the California Public Employee Retirement System. I was leading a project to build a transition management software for them, which is, if you guys don't know anything about investment management. So if CalPERS they'll hire investment managers to manage different portfolios for them. So if they decide portfolio manager A sucks, we're going to get rid of them and we're going to hire portfolio manager B. Well, they actually have all these assets, all these, literally millions of dollars worth of stocks that they own, and they've got to get into this portfolio that manager B has. Well, manager B probably, at least half of whatever portfolio they're putting in is the same stocks that A owns. So they don't want to just sell all this shit that A owns and buy all the shit that B owns. because that triggers, tax consequences, paper keeping, etc. So what they want to do is they want to try to figure out where the portfolio is the same and basically transfer those assets out of A into B. So there's all this custodian stuff that you got to deal with. And then there's just like some optimization to figure out, how you can intelligently move those assets. Some of them you don't, and then the ones that you do, you've got to go out to the market and find the right trades to, fit those things. So there's just, there's a lot that goes into transition management. A lot of people, people that aren't in the industry would never be exposed to this. So we was building that as CalPERS, but had, one of the best project managers I've ever worked with, and he had the ability to communicate with anybody about any subject and make sure that everyone felt good. Because I can be very blunt a lot of times in the way I talk, which sometimes will rub people the wrong way. Or when you end up in something in your project where it's just going to be a very difficult conversation because people are going to have to compromise or something. He was really good at navigating that, and I could just sit down with him and be like, hey, I can see this problem's coming up. This is going to create drama. Can you go around and kind of like, let's go. Thanks for joining the chat, Deepak. Yeah, he would go around and handle all those difficult conversations for me. So I loved having that guy on a project. They don't use indexing or actual intelligence. What do you mean? Level Up Labs, free interactive platform to learn technology. Sounds cool, dude. Come to our school group and show it off. I'm sure people would like to see it. Yeah, so I look at the difference between solo building or on a team as kind of like sports, right? It's like, wrestling is an individual sport for the most part. Football is a team sport. That doesn't make one better than the other, It's just a personal preference. Do you want to be on a team with 11 guys working together, or do you want to be out there by yourself taking all the risk? It's just a choice. And you can do both. My kids play both, so. I do, a lot of my stuff right now is solo, and that is one of the things that I would like to figure out how to do in our community more, is how to make some of these things more open source and get us working on it together, right? So like, Will, you're working on, OBS overlays. There's no reason that we couldn't put our stuff together into some kind of open source thing that we work on together. I just haven't really figured out how to do it, and it hasn't risen to the top of my queue to be able to do. Hey, V3, can you do another prompt? I want to make or another chat. I want to see if it's showing your multiple titles correctly. I don't actually see the overlays on my screen. They're just built into OBS. Enterprise web agency support for 20 years. Worked with 3. Yeah, dude. A lot of project managers and product managers. A lot of them are kind of lame. Yeah. See, there you go. Look at that. You got all the badges, all the tiers. But if you get a good one, you can tell. Yes. Yeah. Do you see it? See how it's giving you VIP, member, and God tier, and you got 3 badges next to your name there? So that's cool. Those stack. I wonder what'll happen with the word wrapping. That's good for now. Okay. That's cool. And it shows how many shows, so that'll keep adding over time. It's just going to show how many messages over time. Something that will be cool, I can see right away, is having levels. So like basically badges that automatically hit as you get certain levels. So after you've spent like 500 messages, maybe you hit badges or something. Okay, hold on, let me type that. All right, so I said this is a great start. Now that we have the number of shows and number of messages, I think we can also start adding achievements that auto unlock extra titles and icons. I'm thinking right away of having achievements for how many shows they participated and how many messages they've sent. So I'm not going to do a quick review of Level Up Labs right now because I'm in the middle of a stream, but what I would do, if you jump in our school community, you know, and do a little show and tell on one of our Friday Night Vibes if you would like, or if you want to join the premium tier, we have the VIP calls 5 days a week where people are showing off and getting help too. And after I see it, then you know, we'll give a review, we'll check it out. Or, you know, if you want to be super generous like V3 does and shower me with gifts and memberships and all that other stuff, you know, I could be bought, obviously. But yeah, so I do plan on, you know, showing off like member projects and stuff in some of my videos going forward. And the easiest way to do that is to get in the community, become a member, contribute, all that. Yeah, PMs are useless. I agree for the most part, legal. I think most project managers are kind of like teachers, right? Or the vast majority of them are just useless. But every once in a while, you have a teacher or a project manager that is just badass and adds tons of value, and they're someone you remember forever. There's not a Discord. I'm not cool enough to use Discord. So it's just school is where most of it happens, but then the people that are in the paid tier of the school community also get access to the Vibe Code Guild Brain, which has a whole bunch of other features like a curated info feed with all the news that's coming in that obviously isn't going to load because I'm on stream. So there's a curated news feed with all kinds. This is what I'm using to feed into my weekly videos, and then curated feed of all kinds of other channels that are doing stuff about AI. You get access to the VIP calls 5 days a week, and then there's a search. Those all get recorded, and there's a searchable database for those, and then some more discussions and stuff. So that's what you get, you know, on the paid tier, and the calls 5 days a week. Otherwise, in school, there's it's all free chats all day, every day, and then the Friday Night Vibes, which is a free meeting, which is awesome and just getting better every single week. Got to get caught up on the chat here. Opted to close it up and just go really custom with your main app. I wanted to break out certain features in the standalone apps. Is that your overlay app, or are you talking about something else, Will? Yeah, legal, most PMs can be useless. I definitely agree. The brain.vibecodeguild.com is our website. No, it's all good, dude. So you get access to this website. You get a secret code to create a profile in this if you're on the paid tier in my school community. That one's not open to the world. Oh, the overlay app. Yeah, I want to see what you've built. I need to jump onto one of your live streams. Hey, you guys, go give Will, go give him a follow. Will makes YouTube content as well. You guys should jump over on his channel and give him a follow. Let's see, that's something else I could add in here for members too, like if people have their own channels. Put some kind of little badge that encourages people to follow them on a site builder app. Yeah, that's a very competitive space. There are lots of site builder tools. Okay, so achievements now unlock automatically. All right, so Will, you should already have, so I think I have to start the server though. What happened to John? Where'd you go, man? Nah, I definitely have to do that because I don't have a show without you guys here, so I think it's important to show gratitude to the people that are watching you. Alright, let's our member panel. Okay, so we've got achievements that people can unlock. Alright, this is starting to get kind of smushed up, which is fine. Let's see, so V3's been on here. He's unlocked a few. Those badges are hard to see, though. I think I want those to have white backgrounds. That'll make all of them look better. Okay, cool. So it's automatically working in the warehouse with the headset. Let's go. Sell any good stuff this weekend? I have a shitload of boxes that I've got to pack up because I actually let myself run out of LP boxes this week. So I've got like 3 days worth of packages that are stacked up that are waiting for me to actually like tape up and mail. So I actually should do that this afternoon. All right, I want to change these badges. Site Maker Pro. Okay. Yeah, you definitely got to jump in our school and show us what you're building. All right, this is good. So I'm just gonna have those switch to white backgrounds. It's one of the things I really like Grok versus Claude is that Grok can deal with images. ChatGPT can do it too, but the fact that Claude can't make or modify or do with anything with images is a pretty major fail. Gearing up for the live show switch. What does that mean? Are you talking about the other group? Oh, you're gonna start streaming? Let's go. Wait, how are you gonna stream without showing your face? You're gonna remove all the mystery, bro. Are you gonna start doing whatnot? Wait, that's how you spell Juan's name? O-A-N-H? That poor girl. I bet no American ever says her name right the first time. I'm pretty sure all of us would read that and say own. Juan. I mean, I can see it now that I see it and I know what her name is, but I would not have got that right the first time. The poor woman. Win is another one that the Vietnamese people, Americans never get that right. I had a friend that had a whole comedy bit about people mispronouncing his name, about Win pronouncing it wrong. All right, let's try another mood here. I think our music's getting repetitive. I don't think YouTube has that many. We need to figure out. We got to figure out the new music plan, what we're all going to use instead of Suno. Oh, I think you gotta go back. Yeah, I'm guessing everyone is gonna type Juan when they hear Juan. It's mostly there, but some of the ones that I had stayed. So Suno did a change to its terms of service last week where if you're on a free plan, you can only download seven songs for your entire life. And then if you're on their intro paid plan, you can only download 20 songs a month. So it's just really obnoxious. You know, like one of the reasons I had been using it was making like music to use in my YouTube videos and stuff like that. But if I can only download 20 songs a month, or you know, making AI music that's on Spotify and stuff, it's just not worth it if I can't download any of the music that I create. So like, why would I have? Let's go, new sub, Toon Bakery. Welcome to the guild, dude. Look at that new user animation there. That confetti celebration, love it. He's got that first show badge just popped up on his name. It's good. This animations is starting to get good. I love it. So yeah, so we're looking for alternatives. One of the people in our group was installing a local model that allowed him to make music. So I'm interested to hear how that's working. Definitely got to find some alternatives. All right, let's go. Will's got all the white badges. It is weird how it looks like the border of that container. See how it's kind of like, it's not really right. You see how the pink border is like inside that white edge? I don't even really know how to describe that, so I'm gonna do a photo prompt. Yeah, so I'll give that to that. So we'll give Grok that image and let him figure that out. See, let's get this extra little Y. I think what's happening is it just has the radius wrong. And I think once that get corrected, that'll smash these down to where they actually fit. What's going on? You guys know each other? Appreciate you being here. This has been a fun show, man. The overlays are really making it more interactive. It would be cool to figure out how to give you guys sound effects, but I don't know how to do that without getting a copyright strike. I'm gonna have to make my own sound effects. I have a Stream Deck and I downloaded one of their standard stream sound layouts, and the sound thing that they have in it got me a copyright strike for some stupid sound effect. So I'm gonna The music thing I've got solved. I'm just using YouTube's music because they have the little music feature where you can use stuff that they guarantee you won't get copyright striked for. So that's what's playing now. But I would like to be able to make my own music to play in the background too. But with Suno, I can't download any of the stuff that I make now. All right, so let's go. We got another user. Welcome to the guild, bro. That G rocks. Let's go. All right, so that little badge is working great. I love that. What else should I add in here, Will? I'm going to add something that shows the achievements that just kind of pops up every so often. Let's go, Paul. What's going on, dude? Paul's a member, so Paul can send those robot heads. Send another robot head, bro. Show everybody the cool animation that I made for my YouTube members. So any of those 5 custom emojis that you have access to, send animations on the screen now. So you can send robot heads, send vibes. I had some new members join today, so I'm gonna make some more emojis later, but I don't want to do that on the screen share. But there will, I promise you, there will be some kind of poo that you can send on my screen as early as tomorrow. That is my guarantee to my members that you'll be able to send some poo. I may not be able to guarantee quality information, but I can guarantee the ability to send some poo. I told Grok I want to make a widget that shows the list of possible achievements. I would like this to be something that I can set to show periodically, adjust the frequency and how long it shows on screen. We should have the ability to show the number of show achievements as well as the number of message achievements. So that's just going to be something that kind of pops up in the corner and shows the different achievement badges that you guys can get from being involved in the show. Do I think that Opus 4.8 is better than Opus 4.5? I am going to say yes, because Opus 5 is absolutely terrible. It lies constantly, and it's not even just the like hallucination thing. Like it literally lies to you. I don't know about this music, dude. This sounds like some kind of like horrible circus music. You gotta go, bro. It just straight up lies. It lies and it disobeys what you're trying to do. And I kind of have this like weird conspiracy theory that because Dario wants to make everyone afraid of AI, that he specifically like released something that is poorly behaved to help give people a reason to be afraid of AI. I have absolutely no proof or data or anything to back that up. It's just a wild conspiracy theory back in the back of my brain, because the behavior on Opus 5 is noticeably more destructive, deceitful, and just generally negative than any other model I've worked from Anthropic. I tried it for an hour, 2 hours, and I won't ever let it run on my computer again. I don't trust Opus 5 at all. Opus 4.8 was pretty solid, dude. I did a lot of really good building with 4.8. Got a lot of cool products built out of it. You know, Fable's great, but it just doesn't, you can't trust it to build what you want. It'll just decide to ignore you and drop you to a lower model. And given that the model that might drop you to is Opus 5, which, as I said, I can't stand and don't trust, that kind of makes Fable a no-go for me. I will be getting rid of my Claude subscription, and I will no longer be making content about them. I'll make a video this week about that choice and why. Let's go, Wayne! New user, thanks for joining the community. I gotta figure out a way to like tag you guys that are also school members in here. That's something I want to put in your little member badges. Thanks for joining, Wayne. And then I'm gonna add a widget that periodically advertises my school community too. We're getting some advertise. I'm not on Super Grok Heavy. Welcome to the chat, OS. Thank you for joining. I got my Grok subscription by buying a X Premium Plus account. Let's go, Paul, throwing those heads. V, hit me with the jewels again. Dude, V3 is like, V3 is the god tier right now. V3 has been super, super generous today, and bro, I appreciate it, man. I really do. Yeah, so I got my Grok subscription through the Premium Plus. I actually had a Grok paid subscription in 2025, but it was just directly through Grok, and I didn't use it a ton. I mostly kept it just for experimenting, and I was really diligent, and I still am, of maintaining subscription to all 4 of the paid ones: Grok, Gemini, Claude, and ChatGPT, because I really like to test them against each other in different projects and see. I like testing them, you know. But I ended up getting rid of my Grok subscription because I wanted to get the Twitter blue check mark, because I wanted that to be another platform that I could create content in. So that's why I bought it through Twitter. Dang, V3 is just crushing me with these jewels. Thank you, bro. Love it. I gotta figure out, we're gonna build, we are gonna build something that is able to read these jewel gifts and put that on the screen too. We're adding that next. I think Grok killed my server here. 6.7. No one knows what that means. The kids thinks it's funny. 6.7. Okay, is that turned on? So that was supposed to be. Okay, so let's edit this achievements. We're gonna make this super frequent for testing. And let's turn it on. Okay, I don't like that position. We're gonna move that over here. So that right now should pop up every 15 seconds. Yep, stay on there for 5 seconds so people can see what achievements you can get. That's cool. So let's change that to only show the message ranks, because the show ranks doesn't make sense right now because I've only turned it on this one. So that'll pop up every so often. Okay, that's cool. I like that. So let's turn that off. Every 5 minutes, I think, is plenty. We'll give it a 10-second on screen. I don't really preview it. Okay, that's good. I like that. We'll leave that on. Okay, that's good. I like that. And see, I've got this little, every one of my modules here, I now have the choice of what I can turn on. Although I can see a problem here where I'm getting, this is getting munged up. That one should be on. Oh, I think it just turns pink when it's actually showing, not when it is selected. That's confusing. I don't like that. Let's fix that. Let's give him a little thing. And I want to break that out too. Okay, so. So I said, take a look at this screenshot. I want to know when things are turned on, not just when they're currently on screen. Also, I want that left bar to just be the available modules. And then when I have different tabs, like the member management or settings, those can be tabs across the top of the screen. Because right now we are kind of jamming everything together. And so like this member thing, that's not a module, that's settings. That should be up here. So that'll clean up things. NLP via your app. What is NLP? All the overlays are built with. What do you mean by NLP? NLP is just a chat. Oh, okay. This sounds like some kind of weird Ren Fair music. And I don't particularly like it. Natural language processing, okay. Grok is wrecking things right now. There we go, that looks better. So commands on stream and members, that looks much better. So on stream, this is like my main thing for turning modules on or off. And I can see what's actually turned on. It looks pretty good, I like it. Okay, so you basically have the ability to type commands to turn it on or off. I tend to still be kind of stuck in the old school way of doing things, of like, I just want to build deterministic software that I can control, but I want the AI to help me through that process. I'm not a super big fan of having AI deciding things for me in the software yet. And this music's weird. I can't tell if I hate it or like it. All right, let's make a poll. We're gonna do a push-pull. I don't know why that's not. Oh, because I have too many stupid options. There we go. We're gonna do a 1 minute poll. All right, we're gonna play that song again, so you guys can decide. Does this song suck? Yes or no? I'm gonna do a 1 minute poll on that one. Does that song suck? I'm still undecided. I'm gonna go with whatever the audience decides. Paul is saying no. Ooh, we got some battles here. Some yes, some no. All right, we got an interesting poll now. Who's gonna win? Oh, John's weighing in. John thinks it sucks. JSX template, or I can raw dog it. I do love raw dogging. Love raw dogging. Raw dogging for the win. Literally is the best reason to get a vasectomy is raw dogging. Sounds cool. Yeah, I definitely want to see it. All right, looks like the song sucks. The people have spoken. You gotta go, song. Ballot stuffing. That's true. I want to see. I want to see the voting records. Okay, so our little control is refreshed. That's good. That's very clean. I like it. That poll is over, so we can shut that off. And I think actually I want to add that. So after a poll is complete, I want a setting to determine how long it lingers on screen before turning off. It did. It sounded like Renaissance Fair or like pirate music. I don't really like this song that much either. I think we're gonna have to do something here. You gotta go too. I don't like you. Actually, here, I'm going to change the mood off of bright. Actually, we're going to do another poll, dude. We're going to let the audience decide because we have that ability. Let's set up a poll. Lush, I'm going to wait until Grok's done. I'm going to wait until Grok's done with that because he is changing on the polling feature right now. So we are going to go to page 2 of Funky Vibes. We're going to start that. That's too quiet. You gotta go. Next song. There we go. Acid, Renfest, Pirate Rock. Let's go. What's that? There's some band that acts like they're dwarves. Dwarf rock. What the hell is their name? Ailstorm. Have you guys heard of Ailstorm? Nah, dude, I know Guar. I'm a huge Guar fan. Guar's the shit. My kids know Guar. I've been making them listen to Guar their whole life. Alexa, play Guar. Sick of you. Maximum volume. Actually, no, we're gonna go different. Alexa, play Guar, Vlad the Impaler. Vlad. Vlad the Impaler. Man, I freaking love Gwar, dude. That was like the ultimate Gen X band. And you know what? You know what the funny thing about Gwar is? Is like literally no one would know about Gwar, but every single night there were those like Christian, like Pat Robertson and those kind of people were on TV, just like talking about how Gwar was gonna like ruin our minds, right? Which is like literally the only reason I know about Gwar is because those idiots were on TV telling me about it, and then I'm like, oh, that looks pretty cool. I'm gonna go listen to Gwar. So like, they were the best advertisement for the stuff that they didn't like. Gwar, love freaking Gwar. Yeah, dude, I definitely had a huge metal phase. Sepultura, Death. Did you guys ever listen to Death? Death is so freaking fast. I didn't get really too far into the death metal, like Deicide and Cannibal Corpse, and like I kind of, you know, I know all those bands, but I don't listen to that a ton. I have an upper tier on how many beats per minute I enjoy. I definitely had their patches on my jacket because it just annoyed adults. I had this friend in high school, one of my best friends for a long time. Dude was named Ogre, and he was just huge. He was like 6'4". You know, he was probably 280 in high school. He was a massive guy. And total metalhead, just terrifying. Like if you saw this guy, you would instantly be scared of him. But in one of the great ironies that you see over and over in humanity is a lot of these big dudes end up being just super nice. And he was like the most gentle, calm person you would ever meet. Just the nicest dude ever. But we all called him Ogre. And he had this white zombie shirt that he would wear all the time that he had got at a White Zombie concert. And on the back it said, "Say you love Satan." And I just remember always being so jealous of that shirt because it just annoyed the hell out of every adult when they saw Ogre wearing this "Say You Love Satan" shirt. But Ogre was also a big, giant, scary, huge person, so there wasn't really a whole hell of a lot that they could do about it. The only time I ever saw Ogre get mad, Ogre had a big brother named Bubba who was also a giant, and one night we were all getting intoxicated, and Bubba did something to make Ogre mad, and Ogre literally threw him through a wall. Like, not just like broke the drywall, but knocked the studs out of the wall, and Bubba went through the wall and landed in a bathtub. And then all of us took home pieces of the drywall as like a reminder of the party. And we had the host signing. But yeah, he literally chucked Bubba through the wall. Didn't break the drywall, took the studs and everything out. And thank God that Ogre was a nice person, because he could have just destroyed anyone. Yeah, teenage drinking buff, 16 years old. Yep, you know it. All right, so our new poll feature has some edits, so let's set up a poll. And I'm gonna let you guys vote on the music mood. We're gonna do a bar chart. We're gonna hit this one with 2 minutes. And we'll let it stay on for 30 seconds after. I'm not gonna put angry because I don't really like listening to angry music. So we got bright, happy. We'll do dark. Dark can be interesting. And we'll do uplifting. Okay, so these are little filters that YouTube Music has. So there's a 2-minute poll going. So you guys let me know what music style I should pick, and then I will pick it. And then lo-fi is not a choice, John. There's always got to be one guy that screws everything up, bro. So I'll tell you, this guy causes more trouble in my school community. Just the most disruptive person ever. Yeah, I'll pop the Next.js. There we go. And the thing is, I actually can pick multiple moods too. So if we end up in a tie, I'll pick them both. Funky. I do love some funk, man. We'll go ahead and put what options you want to put in that for the platform, and then I'll put that as a poll next. Alright, what should I build now? Good. Animations. I've got my pop-up. Oh yeah, I need to make an advertising pop-up. Wait, did Funky win? I didn't even see the end. Alright, so that's a fail. I need something that saves the result. We'll get that fixed too. Did Funky win? Dang it. Paul, you lying to me? Can I trust him? Can I trust Paul? Is he scamming me? Alright, we're already on Funky, so that didn't change anything. That's kind of anticlimactic. I'm gonna pick Funky and Chill. I swear I've heard that song 15 times. But it's the first one on the list. I'm gonna go 3 deep in the list. We'll start it on Funky Chill. Ooh. This has got a little bit of Herb Alpert feel to it. Are you guys down with Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass? I got any Herb Alpert fans here? Is anybody down with Herb Alpert? Herb's the man. If you haven't listened to Herb, that's good music. Now, the metalhead teenager would have kicked the living shit out of me for saying something like that, but Herb Alpert's some good stuff, bro. It's good music. Do you guys know the whipped cream? Okay, so you guys know this cover while that's building. So if you buy any kind of old collection of music at a garage sale or something, they're pretty much always going to have this album in it. This was one of the most widely sold albums at that time. You know, pretty sure every single dad wanted to own this. This chick is badass, by the way. Whoever's grandma this is, Your Grandma Was Hot. I have sold hundreds of copies of this album on my eBay store. So that's this. I have this hanging up in my downstairs in my living room, actually. But there's another alternate cover that most people don't know about. I don't remember the name. That some comedy guy made this. Pat Cooper, there you go. So Pat Cooper made his own version of that cover called Spaghetti Sauce and Other Delights. So you've got the original one and you've got the Pat Cooper one. This is a great album cover. This one I don't find I've only found a couple copies of this one, and one of them I kept, and I have this cover hanging next to this cover in my living room because I just think that it's just really funny, man. It's really well done. I admire it. Also, she's hot. I like looking at whoever's grandma that is. So yeah, that's in my. It is so gross, dude. He's just in this giant pile of spaghetti. The expression on his face, dude. Like, it's so good. It's just such good comedy, man. And then whoever's grandma that is hot. So, yeah, if you know this lady, if you guys are connected to whichever grandma this is, let her know. She is freaking hot. There's a hot old lady right there. Speaking of hot old ladies, are you guys familiar with the Grumpy Old Men movies? One of the greatest movies of our time. Walter Matthau and Jack Lemmon. But they had the second one, Grumpier Old Men. And I remember when I saw that, when I was younger, talking about how this old lady, like how hot she was, because I had no idea who that was. And my dad was like, "You mean Sophia Loren?" I was like, "I guess." And he was like very offended that I had no idea who she was, because I guess, you know, she was an old lady to me. I didn't know her when she was like young, when she was Sophia Loren. But she, that lady kept it together, man. That was a hot old lady. Sophia Loren. I had no idea who she was. My dad was just like blown away that I had no idea who Sophia Loren was. How do you not know who that is? Spaghetti sauce and other delights. Alright, so we've got two new periodic overlays with the same timing. Okay, so let's set these up. I need to reboot the server to pick those up. We were making tons of progress, dude. This thing is just getting built. I need to pick up the ability when somebody sends me jewels. I gotta pick that up. Let me put in my Will's poll here. Straight vibing. We are vibing hardcore, bro. I need to add a feature that allows me to just copy and paste a comma concatenated list of strings like this and have it automatically set up the poll options. That would be a good feature. Alright, there's too many on here. That's gonna be the last one. There's too many. Alright, I believe that's a 2-minute poll with 30 seconds. There we go. Get your votes in. Will, I don't actually have a preferred platform. I really don't care anymore. because I'm not writing code. So honestly, it's kind of Grok's problem of what platform we use. I do stuff in Java, I do stuff in Python. It's interesting that none of the tools have any interest in .NET, which is yet another reason that I predict Microsoft will go extinct. I gotta make a whole video about Microsoft dying too. I've got a whole queue of information I want to make. There literally is no purpose for Microsoft. I'm gonna vote Next.js too because I do it a lot. I think that tends to be the most common one. I like Next.js, and then I end up using shadcn. Like if I'm picking something, I just end up using shadcn UIs because I think they're clean. Promo. All right. Okay, so we got that. Putting a YouTube link seems dumb because I already, I'm streaming on YouTube. Although it's not, because they're actually on X too. So let's, okay. All right. I see what you're cooking here, Grok. Let's go ahead and add a link to my YouTube channel. Then let's add my Twitter. And then I'm going to go ahead and add my LinkedIn too for you bandits. I like this music. It's like a good tempo. I like this music a lot. This song is good. I like the slow down and the speed up. It's got high BPM without being aggressive. Okay, so I want to see what this looks like. Oh, that is way too much. That is way too much. I want it to just pick one of them and rotate it. Okay, so the promo card is a little too much having all the links. Can we have a setting to show all or just show one? I also... want to change the animation to fade in and fade out instead of just appearing and disappearing. I think that that's less abrasive. All right, so the promo card, it's a little bit too much having all the links. Let's just have a setting to show all or just show one. I also want to change the animation to fade in and fade out. I think it would also be helpful to have an icon for the social channel. So red YouTube icon, black X icon. Let's go. Rick Sanchez became a member. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. So Rick Sanchez can now send, you got some access to some custom emojis if you want to try out one of those robot heads or the vibes. And you will see it will animate on screen, bro. Which is pretty cool. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you being here. go. Will join too. Dude, we are crushing it today. Let's go. Thank you guys. Every new member helps prove a little bit more and more how stupid my ex-wife is for not appreciating me. So thank you guys. You guys are, every time you join, it helps smite her just a little bit more. And it's hard to think of anyone else in the world that deserves more smiting than her. She definitely deserves some smiting. You like that, Paul? That was pretty funny. I like to cut jokes. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that. I constantly got in trouble in school because I just turned school for me was just basically a stand-up performance. It was just a chance, to cut jokes and try to make people laugh. That was the only really thing I enjoyed in school, was just trying to interrupt class and get people to laugh, and I love it. I still do. I used to do stand-up. I did stand-up when I first moved to San Francisco for a couple of years. So I love hearing people laugh, but that's one of the things that I wish there was a way that they could figure that on a live stream, like when I make a jokes that I actually could hear that it landed, that you actually got that I was joking around. I guess maybe the way is to, Oleg does it on our Friday night calls, like he'll hit the reaction buttons, and so that's, I can tell that a joke landed with him. That's how I know Oleg. Him and I met each other doing stand-up together 20 years ago. Awesome dude. But yeah, I wish there was a way. I need maybe I need like a laugh track on here. I can add like some of those like laugh track. Yeah, I think that we'll do that. I need to create a list of freaking ideas that I have, because I'm having too many ideas and I can't keep up with them. Yeah, a laugh track that members can trigger a laugh track. That would be cool. That would be super cool. Some kind of like super cheesy like 80s like sitcom. Is sitcom the right word? Situational comedy? Yeah, sitcom. An 80s sitcom laugh track. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to put in some user-triggered sounds, I'm also going to have some sounds where you guys can heckle me too. Definitely, like, you guys can trigger an audience booing me. I like that. I'm down with it. Automated sound injection. I like it, man. All right, let's try this little promo button. All right, it's set on all links. I don't like that. Oh, I think I need to restart the server. This is, yeah. This show has been recorded in front of a live studio audience. Probably need to have some disclaimers too. May contain inappropriate opinions. The opinions expressed here are only those of the host, and he has bad taste. Okay, the width needs to be bigger so that it's not wrapping. Sounds hidden from the presenter? No way, dude. I want to hear it. I think 5 seconds on screen is plenty. Every couple minutes is probably plenty. We'll hit a preview. And we'll pop that. That can be over here above my head. It's 2 minutes too frequent? I feel like it is. We'll give that one every 4 minutes for 5 seconds. It'll pop up one of my promos. What is the frequency of that? 4 minutes per hour, so it's 12 times per hour. That's too much. We'll go 5 minutes. No, 5 minutes is 12 times per hour. We'll go 6 minutes. That's 10 times an hour. Then you guys will get hit with one of my promos. I think that that's sufficient. Yeah, we'll build an audio widget. Getting sidetracked with all my friggin' ideas though. Oh yeah, community. So I want to pop this one up. If you guys have got your own YouTube channel, do me a favor and let me know if you have a YouTube channel in the chat. So I'm adding something that will show your YouTube channel. We'll put that up here. Let's preview that. So Will, we got you. Paul, I got you. Anyone else got channels? All right, that one's good. I want to make that a setting that can be... So I want the all, one at a time or all setting and fade in and out applied to the community promo as well. We're going to end up with like way too much shit happening on the screen. This promo, I don't know why that's staying stuck there. It looks like the fade out is not working. I don't really like the layout of that either. Alright, I'll turn that on in a minute. Alright, I gotta remember all the ideas that we've had. I appreciate you guys helping me build this. It's fun. Max headroom. I do need a little max headroom thing in here, huh? You know that was a real hack? Like somebody legitimately took over a TV station with max headroom? I want to say it's still like unsolved or something too. I think they still don't know exactly who did it. Is that right? You guys fact check me on that one. Yeah, in Chicago. But they I think they never caught him, right? Am I remembering that correctly? Yeah. It's pretty cool. You have to be impressed with their self-control to be able to have done that and like not been tempted to keep doing it to the point where they get caught. You know, like that's where all of the criminals always get caught, is they never know when to stop. But you know, the max headroom guys that got away with it, and they're like, no, we're good. We don't need to get caught. All right, so let's see if... Yeah, see, it's getting too bunched up. And I think that's because of my choice to go on too big on the font. The way to do that would be to have some kind of timer. You know the guy? Maybe. Whoever did it should, like, come clean. I'm pretty sure the statute of limitations has expired on that. Plus, honestly, you would be super, like, famous. You would get a ton of, like, money for the documentary on that. Alright, I want to be able to toggle these two. So I want the promo to be able to pop up in the same spot on the screen, but toggle the timing between each other, which we don't have. For now, it's fine. I think that this is staying stuck. Yeah, it's not leaving. Wait, did it leave? It did leave. All right, I'm gonna set the timing down a little bit lower, just so we can see if these stupid things are cycling correctly, and then we'll change it. In the meantime, I'm gonna tell Grok. All right, so I like the option of putting some of the overlays that appear and disappear in the same region of the screen, but I need a way to control. Okay, so that join the guild one popped up. It disappeared. Okay, the community one that popped up, it disappeared. Cool. Is there a way to control the timeline to make sure they're not fighting with each other? So that's going to add like a whole new feature where I can have like a timelining. Wait, what is this music? You gotta go. Kevin Mitnick. He's the only hacker any of us know about, man. I always wonder if Mitnick is very similar to Frank Abagnale, where he was just really good at promoting himself. Yeah, scheduler, exactly, John. What the hell is this music, dude? What? This is like a shitty version of Bob Dylan, who was already shitty. Does anyone actually like Bob Dylan? If you like Bob Dylan, let me know. I would like to hear the case of why somebody likes Bob Dylan. I won't hate on you. I just don't get it. He's just like, I don't know. What's the pro case on Bob Dylan? Let me know. Come at me, bro. Mitnick was a really good social engineer. Yeah. I mean, social engineering is a huge part of hacking, right? Why attack the system when you can get a human to give you access? And my God, speaking of social engineering, like, if you think about your normal large corporation, like take BlackRock, how many people they have working there that are dumb as shit. That if some, it's really not that hard for me to record somebody's voice and create a voice agent that sounds just like them, right? So it wouldn't be that hard to record somebody's boss's voice and make a voice agent and basically call the executive admin pretending to be that guy and start doing stuff, right? Like, there's so many more attack surfaces that are open now with these AI tools. That's why I literally think every single one of us is getting hacked in the next 2 years. I don't think that there's anything that we can do about it. Bob Dylan influenced so many people, broke the bank of poetry and music. Okay, so your support for Bob Dylan would be based on his structure of lyrics. Top IRQ is the promo. I don't know what that means. What do you mean top IRQ? John Markoff wrote the article. Was that in Wired or something? I actually have a friend who he did a bunch of shit back in the bulletin board days. He was doing, like, when we were, God, before we were even 15. He was doing a bunch of shit. It's been long enough, I don't remember the exact details, but he was doing some kind of credit card scammy stuff back in the day. And he ended up he actually got one of those, like, couldn't touch a computer things banned on him. And he ended up, insanely smart guy. Him and I used to get in so much trouble together. But he ended up dropping out of high school and ended up becoming, like, head of security for LinkedIn. Which is funny. Markoff wrote for the NYT. Interrupt request, part of scheduler and firmware. Ah, there you go. He was duped by an AI? Was it an AI chick? That's the one that I think a lot of dudes are getting caught by. That one's been going on for a long time. But those scammers that try to do the, like, AI scams on dating sites, they're dumb because they always put some, like, gorgeous girl, and as soon as she messages me, I'm like, dude, there's no way that chick's interested in me. This is definitely a scam. If they were smart enough to, like, start using, like, frumpy, you know, a girl that's at your level, that's at your equivalent dating level, because we all have dating tiers of what we qualify for. If they were smart enough to, like, target it to your tier, they would get, you know, a lot more victims. AI VC. Venture capitalist? Like trying to scam an investment? Alright, so Grok has built a timeline tab. Let's restart the server and try that out. I think I want to make that achievements 1v1 at a time, or all two. Wow. It's kind of a shot against that VC company that they didn't have better security, right? Alright, here's our timeline manager. Oh, look at this, you guys. This is sick. Okay, so I definitely want to stagger out this promo. Okay, that's cool. So I can see where they land and stagger them and just create constant animation on screen. Achievements. We will also do that. Okay, so start after, we'll go 120 seconds. We'll make these all equidistant, and then that would make this one after 240. That needs to be also a text input. So every one of them is on screen for just 5 seconds, I think is good. There we go. That'll get us some nice little rotation. So every couple minutes something's fading in, fading out. That is sick. I like that. Who was a screening? That's might be. It actually set up meetings, send email invites. Interesting. I want to make a video. I don't even know if I should tell you guys, but I want to make a video seeing if I can like use prompt injection on resumes to get job interviews. Don't spread that one because I don't want it. Shit, I just hit a sound thing. Did I just get my whole thing demonetized on this one? Yeah, don't spread that one out because I don't know most companies actually understand that that vulnerability exists, and I don't want too many of them fixing it. But I want to try to do some resume prompt injection and see if I can get myself a job offer. I don't really want a job. I just think it'd be funny to expose their stupid systems. This sounds like freaking Christmas music. I don't know what this is, but this has got to go. They're not playing Christmas music. Prompt injection. It might be old, but I feel like, hey, what's going on, hacker? Welcome back. What is this text string that you just put in there? Hacker's like prompt injecting my chat here. Gotta watch for this hacker guy. He's always up to shenanigans. Yeah, I feel like it definitely is an AI arms race, but I think a lot of companies are implementing things that are way more wide open to attacks than they would have been before. I just think it'll be a fun bit of content. So you guys, let me add Hacker to my community here, because Hacker's got a channel. You guys definitely should be following him. He was the one that kind of gave me inspiration to start adding some of these overlays. So appreciate that, bro. We're getting lots of little widgets, man. What do you think? We're getting lots of stuff added here. We got achievements. I've got like member tracking, like how many messages you've sent, how many shows you've been on. Got that animation that pops up when it's somebody's first message. You can send in the custom emojis and trigger animations on the screen. This thing's getting sick. Yeah, so. And then I'm just adding the thing where it will do little promos for all you guys that watch me. If you guys have a YouTube channel, let me know and I'll add it to the promo reel. All right, what else were we gonna add here? I've had so many ideas that I've like forgot. What else should I add, you guys? What should I add? I don't think I'm gonna get into the sound effects thing now, because that's something I want to do later to like actually make some sound effects that I can use without getting content strikes. And then we'll work on implementing those. I definitely like the idea of members being able to trigger a laugh track. That'd be hilarious. Let's go. Well, do you know about the British Broadcasting Corp? This sound effects. So the British Broadcasting Corp, whose name I don't like saying because it triggers a different thing. So poorly named now. They have thousands of sound effects that you can use all for free. All kinds of stuff. It's basically like a sound Smithsonian. Shouldn't the members' names be in pink? You mean on the... Oh, like on the... I like that. So on the chat pop-up? Yeah. Let's do that. So I'm gonna ask that. So when they've got the member title, it should be bright pink. I also don't love that chat card yet. There's too much information jammed into it. So I got to figure out the right layout for that to make it not so like meh. It's just like a little bit too much right now. And then I'm also gonna have to do some wiring. I'll do this off stream because I'm gonna need to connect into the YouTube API to be able to like register which people are actually channel members, because I don't want to maintain that manually because obviously I don't. I'm lazy. And I don't have a way to like automatically mark which one of you guys are school community members. So I've got to figure that one out too. What else should I add in there? Let me go back to my original brainstorming list. Wait, where is that? School does not have an API. School has some connections with Zapier, which I haven't done anything with, but there's not really any official API. Yeah, so having games or mission quests. Stream goals. How do you guys do stream goals? I've never really watched other live streamers. Like, what do you guys see on other people? Other ideas that I can swipe. Okay, members now stand out on the last. Yeah, I'm gonna change the images of some of these cards. We'll do that in a minute. So if I go back to my members, so Will, I think you joined as a member. Paul, I know you're a member. John is a member. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to go through and Sherp, I'm pretty sure that's a member. I'm gonna have to come up with a way to automate this. Because I do not want to keep records like that. But we got the pink on there, so that's good. Yeah, well, so one of the things I'm going to work on this week is getting Riverside set up, because Riverside allows me to stream to way more channels. And then I also want to do podcast type things, and Riverside allows that. So that will allow me to start monitoring more Twitch, etc. So have you had good luck on Kick? I asked about Kick on one of my streams, and people were saying that Kick was mostly trolls. Stream goals. Yeah, so you've got stream goals. Broadcast goals, stream goals, how many comments? Oh, super funucular. Thanks for joining, bro. Yeah, Kick's interesting. I know Kick is putting a bunch of money in to try to grow their platform. Because I saw that Rampage Jackson switched from Rumble over to Kick. One of my favorite fighters. Love that guy. How can you not love Rampage? Old school Rampage and the pride with the chain, barking like a dog, just smashing fools on their head. Oh, love Rampage. He's an interesting too, because he that guy had some fights, but his brain still seems to work pretty well. Because Vandalay knocked him out cold 2 times. That one time when he hit him with the knees and then just threw him through the ropes. Unlike Chuck Liddell. Chuck Liddell is definitely punch drunk, man. I hate seeing that because I love Chuck too. What's up, Digi Nomad? Alright. Streaming, picking up my audio. I have no idea what that means. Wait, you're restreaming me? I don't know. I don't know what the repercussions of that are. I don't suppose I have a... Oh, we needed to add the feature to like recognize when somebody sends me jewels. What words should I put on there instead of support these channels? What's a better call? What's a better CTA for that? What should I put in there, you guys? Nah, I'm gonna try to be nice. Freaking nerds. Well, I'm trying to, I mean, the CTA, ultimately what I want to try to do is drive subscribers to you guys, right? So that's what I'm trying to get people. Whoever's in here and they see it, like they go over and find your channel and subscribe it. Or watch it, or... But then when I say... So subscribe is certainly the action verb. But when I just say these channels, I don't like that. So like, what's the right way? What should I call them? Subscribe to my friends or something like that. A random haiku. Yeah. Subscribe to my friends? Is that the winner? pirate TV station. Nice. Oh, Grok was, I thought Grok, okay, Grok was compacting. So I want to take off that thing that says community. Notable vibers. Well, but I don't want it to only be about people that are vibe coding. You know, like if you've got a channel like Michael, you know, his channel is not really about vibe coding, but I would definitely like to promote his channel too. I think just honestly subscribe to my friends. I think that's... Is anything better than subscribe to my friends? That's a very clear action verb. It's a very clear call to action. I mean, obviously I can't claim for sure that all of you are my friends, but I would like to consider you my friends. I mean, I guess I could just say subscribe to my acquaintances, but that just seems a little bit too impersonal. Subscribe to my friends. And we'll get an exclamation point. I feel like the text needs to be something. I need the width of the community card auto set to make sure the channel name doesn't wrap. Leroy Jenkins. If you don't know about Leroy Jenkins, we cannot be friends. Man, my knee is jacked, you guys. I'm able to walk today somewhat, which is an improvement. I was really having a hard time walking Friday and yesterday. Do we know who Leroy Jenkins is? Okay, that's a good look. All right, I like that. Now I want to add a YouTube icon to that. What's up, Bubba Threat? Welcome to the channel. Okay, so I said let's add a YouTube icon to the left side of the community card and make the CTA text be the YouTube color. I bet Leroy would just vibe code like crazy. Leroy Jenkins. That shit. Oh, that clip is so funny too, man. It really is. All those nerds just sitting there planning it out, and then Leroy's like, YOLO, I'm going in. Love it. Pull the logo from the channels. That's a good idea. Let me see if that's possible. I suspect that might require the API, although it's only a one-time setup, so let me see if we can do that. I like the idea, Will. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, so supposedly that's there. Okay. I don't like that red text on the channel name. That looks like crap. I don't like that. I do like the white subscribe to my friends. What color should I make the channel name? That's awesome. I wonder if I can get a Leroy sound effect in here without getting a copyright strike. That red's hard to see on the dark background. And I feel like pink I'm using a little bit too much. Let's try the teal color. So I said, let's try changing the teal color instead of red for the channel name. I also want to see if we can grab the channel icon. Is that something we can grab one time when I add the channel to my list and then show later? But let's see if we can do that. Drop shadow to the text to make it stand out. Possibly. I don't know if the under 5 seconds is good, dude, because I literally got a copyright strike for those stupid sound effects on my stream board. I don't know if it is okay. Maybe I should just have some members only streams too that aren't monetized, and we can just go buck wild with the language and the music. I'll just do a live stream playing Two Lives Crew Nasty As They Want to Be album the whole time. Sorry, this stupid microphone. I've got a short in the cable somewhere. I need to switch it out. Out of Hot Pockets. Let's go. What's your hot? Are you a pepperoni pizza Hot Pocket guy? Or are you turkey and cheddar? Tech loves those freaking Hot Pockets. More Hot Pockets. Yeah, so did you guys hear my members only live stream with 2 Live Crew as the soundtrack playing? Then I don't have to worry about monetization, and then we can play whatever the hell we want. Say whatever vulgarity I want. Reese's? Dude, they ruined Reese's peanut butter cups, John. They're not even good anymore. They're all like some kind of fake toxic plastic stuff. It's sad too, because Reese's were my absolute favorite candy bar. It just tastes weird now. Alright, so supposedly we now have your channel icons, so let's try and see how that looks. Let's go to the community, we'll do a preview. Oh, I see it, yo. Let's go, look at that, you guys. That font is still very hard to read, though. I'm not very good at gradients and shadows. I'm going to try putting a pink glow behind that name. That's one of the design elements I just have never mastered, of like using gradients and shadows. It looks good though. See how it's getting your icons? It's pretty sweet. I don't like that at all. That looks like shit. What do we do? How do we make that look good, you guys? Do you like it? It's hard to read. Reduce the point size of the glow. Reduce the draw distance of the glow and lower the opacity. Alright, let's try that. I'm going to copy and paste that directly in there. It is too much. I agree with you, Dave. I'm just trying to do something to make it stand out more.
Yeah.
Are you cooking?
I will.
What are you making?
Hot dogs.
All right, will you make me a couple?
All right.
Thanks, bro.
How much? 2?
Are they just those hot links?
Huh?
Are they those hot links?
Yeah.
Yeah, just pop 2 in there.
2? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. That is the awesome part about having teenagers, is they can cook. White text with a red glow. YouTube red. Should it be white on white? I think the teal is just not going to look good. Let's try changing it to white font. I do think it's getting too much. All right, what do you think about that? That's not too bad. Yeah, I definitely have thought about adding games, chat games. You could have a lot of fun with that, like some kind of like a Wheel of Fortune game or quiz games. The challenge is I think they all have to be some kind of text game because you can only really control it via the chat. Unless I make some other like third-party application where you guys have the ability to like log into it and it controls my overlays somehow. But that sounds like a big effort. Much more than I'm going to do. I think this looks pretty good. I'm going to take that for now. Good enough for now. Cooperative tic-tac-toe. Maybe some war games. What is it? Total thermonuclear war. Time to play the game. I don't like this promo yet, so this is still too much. Also, I don't know where the hell it got these icons. I don't think I need to show the whole link. I need to just show the handles, right? Which I guess I already have the setting for that. I don't want that join the guild thing. I think that this just duplicates it. Socials. That works. Now we need to bring the width down. I think I can bring it down just a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more. That looks good. Homeless and living on savings and credit cards, but no income. I am very close to that myself, actually. I am very close to that situation myself. I hope it works for you, bro. Just keep pushing, keep pushing. Have faith. We are living on fumes over here. All right, that's good. I like that. The achievements. I want to take the word achievements off of there. Where you live at, Super? What state are you in? Alright, I like that one. That one's good. Michigan? Why would you be homeless in Michigan, dude? That's a terrible place to be homeless. Migrate to California. They have endless free programs for people that are struggling. The weather is nice. Michigan, dude, it's August. Like, you got like 8 more weeks before it's freezing cold in Michigan, dude. Don't be homeless in Michigan. Go be homeless in San Diego. Sleep on the beach. Endless hippies that will give you free programs. You get free health insurance from California. You get free money. Yeah, don't be homeless in Michigan, dude. That's my advice. Michigan is a beautiful state, but that weather is rough. Definitely would not want to be there without a place to sleep. Alright, I am very happy with this. We got our achievements promo, we got my new user animation. I love that one. The member emojis, I really like how that went. Alright, last thing I want to do today. Okay, one more feature. One more critical feature I want to add is to detect when someone sends me jewels and make a giant celebration on screen. Is it possible to grab the image and the name of the jewels tier and show it? 6 years, salary saved, hundreds of thousands of dollars in credit, several vehicles, very much resources, because I didn't give all my money to some a-hole to huddle in a little box. Wait, if you have several vehicles, then why the hell would you be homeless? That's stupid. Sell some of the vehicles and rent an apartment, bro. And if you have 6 years of salary saved, also, your story's not checking out, bro. You can't have 6 years of salary saved and also be homeless. If those are both true, then we're at a personal choice situation. All right, tell me what's going on. We're going to sort your life out. We got lots of fun people here on the stream. Let's figure this out. We can't have you homeless in Michigan in the freezing cold with 6 years of salary in the bank. That's just a bad choice. Let's solve this shit. Let's solve it. Let's help out Super here. Dr. Phil. Hey, now, don't you dare call me Dr. Phil. That's offensive, Paul. That guy's a douchebag. I'm much more of a Ricky Lake. You gotta do this. Ricky Lake always did that. Ricky Lake. I don't know. Am I Ricky Lake or am I Jerry Springer? Jerry. I know some people from back home that got on the Jerry Springer show. They came up with this like fake love triangle story and went up on Jerry. Because Jerry was up in Chicago and I am from Central Illinois, so it wasn't too far for people to go up there and get on that Springer show. Use 6 years of salary saved because you're homeless. Okay, so now, dude, that's a personal choice, okay? You can't say homeless because homeless makes it sound like you're in a hardship situation and that you need help. If you have 6 years of salary saved and it's a choice, that's a personal choice. You're talking about van life. Van life is much different than being homeless. Homeless is somebody who was like really struggling and needs help. Van life is somebody that chose to do it and has got it figured out. I will be homeless in 3 more years, is my plan. September of 2029, I will be homeless, you guys. I'm slowly selling every single thing that I own. I work on that every day now. I will have my youngest child finished of high school. And at that point, my goal is to have one backpack that is all of my worldly possessions. And I am going to travel the world and have various adventures. That is my plan. I'm just going to be homeless, dude. Fashionably homeless. I'll shack up at different places, but you have a digital nomad channel? All right, let's check this one out. Now I'm curious. Bro, that's like AI avatar stuff. That's not real. I'm not sharing that channel. Couch surfing. Yeah, just stay in hotels. Stay in Airbnbs. Whatever. Find random chicks to shack up for short periods of time. There's just an entire globe, and I want to explore more of it. I've been to quite a few countries, and I've been to almost every one of the 50 states. But I just want to just travel. Well, I mean, living in a car with 2 dogs but having money in the bank, that's a choice, bro. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm not looking down on you. Because again, I plan on making that choice, but when you come in and say homeless, that makes it sound like you're having a hard time, and that makes everyone feel sorry for you. When we should be admiring you for having the courage to disconnect and do your own thing. That takes a lot of bravery and strength. I admire that choice. Most people don't have the balls to do that. Okay, so YouTube gifts include the tier name and gift art. We listen through Restream. It does. Document, super chat, and super stickers. I don't like this song. It's very... that was very uncomfortable noise. Livestream has the Grok overlay manager on it. I should have something saying what tool we're working. And something with a circle and cross out over Claude. No Claude group. What did I just set up here? Okay, so this should detect if somebody actually sends me jewels again. But that confetti is staying on there for a long time. Yeah, thanks for joining the chat there, Dan. I'm not making my own streaming platform, but I am making my own graphic overlays to make the stream more interesting. So what I'm trying to add right now, so some very generous people earlier sent me jewels via YouTube, but I didn't have anything wired up to show those. And so now what I'm trying to do is make something to where if somebody actually does send me jewels, it captures it and shows it on screen so that everybody can celebrate their generosity. Yeah, see, I don't think that this is actually picking up the icon. Let me see if Grok can get... Oh, they're... Jules gifts. Let me find one, because there was one sent earlier. V3 was hooking me up big time earlier with the gifts, but I don't think I see his chats anymore because I think he took off. Yeah, I think he left, so I don't see his chats anymore. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to test that. Followed my latest video showing how to get started with Grok in 15 minutes. Let's go join the community, school community, hopefully. Awesome. And hoping to learn the vibe. So you are in the right place, bro. We have lots of awesome people in there that are learning together, helping each other out. Are you in Argentina? Is that you? I just approved somebody from Argentina for the group. I will not cry for you, Argentina. Ghouls. I don't really know how it works. That V3 guy sent something through that came through as like the trophies, like the 6-7 and the... You're from the Midwest? I grew up in the Midwest too. Wait, are you the one that was in Illinois? I approved somebody from Illinois earlier. Jules. Yeah, he sent some jewels earlier, and it came through. But I don't know how to test against it. I'm excited that we got new subscribers, dude. I'm going to get to add some more emojis. Definitely going to design that poo emoji. I don't know how... I have no idea how he did it. I think it was in YouTube somewhere. I have no idea, bro. I think it might have just been gifts or something. Supers and gifts. Yeah, I really have no idea how I did it. Shall remain a mystery. That's right, hopefully he'll come back. Let me know how he did that. He built a really cool coding editor. Oh, something just happened. There it is. V3's back. It's the gift button. Sent hiding 10 jewels. A Okay, cool. Thank you. That gives me a chat message to test against with Grok here. Gift button. Yeah, V3, make sure that you connect with me on school. I think it'd be fun to do a podcast episode and walk through and tell everyone about this cool V3 thing we made. I haven't done anything for the gifts or the super chats now. I'm just now starting to do that. So we will be working on that right now. Trying to figure out where oh yeah. This is V3's app, you guys, if you want to go check that out. v3code.dev. I haven't used it, so I can't vouch for it, but I can definitely vouch that this is a very nicely designed website. So I'm hoping I get a chance to connect with him more in our school and learn more about this. Because it's a fork of VS Code and it looks pretty cool. And his web design skills are any indication, I would imagine that that software is pretty badass. So yeah, I definitely want to learn more about that from you at some point. Are you on the Twitter? What's your Twitter handle? I'll follow you. This is like a little bit of like funky reggae. It's kind of like reggae with some steel drum Caribbean influence on it. This has been a good stream, man. Lots of good people coming in here. Do you have a YouTube channel? There we go, following V3 Code. You guys go follow him. Twitter's a hard platform to grow, man. I cannot figure out how to get any kind of impression. Like, just, it's very hard to get momentum going there. Okay, we just... I just picked up a little riff off of Piece of Shit Car. You guys know that song, Adam Sandler? Piece of shit car, I got a piece of shit car. It's a great song. Never gets me very far. It's a piece of shit car. Obviously, I'm not a good singer. Pay other YouTubers to post. Dang, dude, how do I get in that? Nah, we'll hook you up. We'll do a podcast or something and talk about it. Give you some press. my son is barbecuing some sausages. Smell them. It's nice having kids that are old enough to cook for me. I've been their slave for a decade and a half. It's about time that they repay me. Context broker apps. That sounds like a fascinating category. Explain what you think that a context broker is. Man, dude, thank you for the gift. I appreciate it. So what do you mean by context brokers? That they distribute your messages out to different models? Like they spread the context out that way? So V3, I had thought of an idea, and I got pretty far building it last spring. Basically creating, you could create an affiliate model for your app, right? Where, you know, if I make content about your product, your V3 product, there's a code that I can share with my audience, and then if they subscribe, I basically get residual affiliate fees off of that as a because I thought that would be a good way to advertise to where you're not having to pay money up front, and then it also just aligns you, you know, because that's what TikTok crapped with the TikTok shop. They've got this affiliate thing, so basically it just gets all these people to advertise your product for free because they're going to get affiliates on the back end. So you don't have to pay as much money up front, and then you just pay out when you get sales. And I thought that there's another way to do that with, you know, YouTube and stuff. And I started building a platform and got pretty far along with it. I just kind of got sidetracked on it. 2 sins are not in the chat log. Okay, interesting. So it's this right here, bro. Thank you. Will you grab me some ketchups? Thank you. Right here, this is one of them. That's one of the gift chats. So there we go. So Grok now has the shape to figure out how to identify those chats. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. Let's go.
What?
I got food. I'm hungry. All right, let's get back to this chat. So, okay, hold on. So yeah, so the idea I had for, basically it was going to be something for any SaaS that you created, where that you could, and it, I built like a dashboard where the content creator would be able to log in and see what their affiliate commissions currently were, how many people that had come in, and then it would just create like a lifetime stream. So if you've brought, you know, a paying customer to my SaaS product, you just get a portion of that, you know, whatever, 10% forever. And I had it all built out to where I could make custom links with like UTMs so they could share it and they would be able to track and see who converted and all that. I think it's a good way to try to grow a product, you know, because you don't have the upfront risk. You don't have the upfront risk of trying to like pay a content creator, but then also the content creator isn't locked into like, oh, well, I promoted this guy and he sold $1 million worth of software, but I only sold $2,000 for the ad fee. You know, as their content grows and gets more, they get more money too. So like everything's just all kind of aligned. Okay, allegedly, the Jewel thing is now wired, allegedly. I can't test it. Yeah, it's a chicken and egg problem. And I think there's a threshold too. If it's smaller channels, they're more likely to not have sponsors, so it's easier to get in the door. I think the bigger channels are getting bombarded with stuff, so it's probably harder to get them to look at you. Alright, so Will manages the context, abstract all the static parameters, what you're working on, and the MCP tools. Wow, what you're describing sounds amazing, and I would really love to be on a call and get to talk, like actually talk and actually ask questions about that. Yeah, I definitely would like to learn more about that. That sounds amazing. Sorry that I'm eating into the microphone, you guys, but I actually haven't had any food all day and I was starting to get lightheaded. And my wonderful son cooked because he's a nice young man. Man, Will, I'm super jealous, dude. That's kind of like my dream, is to have somebody hire me and just like let me build. That sounds amazing. Yeah, definitely I would really like to learn more about that and how that works. Yeah, so V3, let's make sure that we connect, and we'll figure out a time to do like a podcast type thing with you. Long form advertising is definitely a good way to go. We'll talk through about how you built it, what you're working on. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Okay, so I'm having Grok build some animation for supers and gifts, and then also celebrating when somebody does like join the membership. And then I want to log those so that I can set stream goals and so how close we are to hitting those. So we're going to work on that. Supposedly the Jewel thing is wired in and working now, although I haven't restarted the server yet, so I don't know if it'll work, so don't send anything. Yeah, how hard it is to open the door. Yeah, man, everybody's got an app that they're trying to pitch now. It's definitely... It's what keeps me from really building any SaaS apps. I have a lot of really good ideas, but just don't want to do marketing. Yeah, Will, you definitely got to get into one of our calls and show us some of this cool stuff, man. It sounds amazing. I might need to do a podcast episode with you, too. Dude, even homeless peoples are out there vibe coding. It's crazy. Where are you at again? Remind me what state are you in again? For some reason I'm thinking it was like in Florida or something. Weren't you out on the East Coast? South Carolina, that's right. Michigan, terrible place to be homeless, dude. It's still, I don't know about that choice. Not a good place to be homeless, bro. It's too cold to be homeless in Michigan. Go be homeless in San Diego. Year-round warm weather. V3, where are you at? Dude, no. Bullshit. I grew up in Illinois. The weather in Michigan in the winter is terrible. I don't care what lie you're trying to sell. The weather in Illinois is terrible in the winter, and Michigan is even colder. So, no, you're not going to gaslight me into believing that the Michigan weather is wonderful. It might be part of the year, but the winter is not wonderful. It is freaking cold. Connecticut, nice. I've only been to Connecticut. One time I was out there doing some consulting for one of the hedge funds out there, of which you guys have a lot. Some of the biggest hedge funds in the world out there in Connecticut. I was out there doing an on-site consulting gig for a few weeks for one of the pretty big ones. I built them an application that was able to do real-time profit and loss of their portfolios. So tick by tick, they could see exactly where their portfolios were, tick by tick with the market, which at that time was pretty groundbreaking. Drupal. What the heck is Drupal? I have no idea what that is. RuPaul? It is RuPaul coding. Let's look that up while Grok builds. Content management system. So is this like a competitor to WordPress? PHP. Not the same, both free and open source. Huh, never heard of Drupal. It's wild. I always ended up making WordPress stuff. Interesting. Will's legit. You guys got to be following Will. Will's got some legit software knowledge. So would you say, is Drupal still worth using today? Or would you just build your own thing? More complex to work with. Yeah, that's the trade-off, right? More features is more complexity. Charlie Rickman. Did I miss you? I don't think I said hi to you when you joined. My bad. You'd say it's more useful than ever. Interesting. See, I've been of the attitude that these like platforms aren't worth using at all now. Like WordPress, Wix, Shopify, WooCommerce, like all those things. Like, I just feel like you're better off to just build your own thing instead of being locked into someone else's ecosystem. But I'm fascinated. Why would you say it's more useful? AI melts away the complexity. So I guess you get a level up because you can just implement instead of building. Is that the trade-off? That makes it faster in total? Okay, more security, more, okay, I can see that. Okay, let me restart the server. Okay, let me do jewels. Okay, so that should pop up when somebody sends me jewels. That's pretty cool. Stays on there a long time. And let me preview a super chat. Awesome. And preview member. Let's go. Then we got a new member joining. That's awesome. So if I need Next.js has forms. Interesting. Yeah, it's been a fun stream, man. People are jumping in and interacting, which is awesome. I'll have to take a look at it. Well, I've never really messed with Drupal. I've just been coding up everything from scratch. Oh, let me ask you about this trade-off. So if you're on a stack like Drupal or WordPress, there's, you know, basically lots of hackers out there trying to get into it, right? And so when they find an exploit, like you basically have to stay up on top of patching, right, to make sure that you're not open to the current exploits. So does that increase your risk threshold because there's more people attacking that surface against having your own thing that you, I mean, you obviously you still have to secure your own thing, but what do you think the trade-off is there? I mean, I can see plus or minus. Oh, the super chats is over the camera. Thanks, Hacker Man. Good seeing you, bro. I'm gonna turn this golfing off because it's not really done yet. Yeah, security versus obscurity, exactly. I think it's like tabs and spaces, right? It's just something you could debate infinitely. Yeah, I'm gonna probably be closing up shop pretty soon here. We've been on for, goddamn, like 5 hours? 4.5 hours? This has been a marathon session. So the member and the jewels and the gift, those all work. That's good. We will allow those to take up the center of the screen. I feel like that is appropriate. Happy with that. Yeah, I definitely get that. That's where I honestly, I think and this is in the video I released earlier last week or the week before, I think the single biggest like security control you have is just being very intentional about what you're actually designing. And I don't think that most people that are vibe coding understand that. You know, like you don't have to make an app that's hosted on the web that's connecting to the web. Like, you don't have to open up that attack surface. You know, you can build a lot of stuff on the desktop and then it avoids a lot of hassles. Or you don't have to take customer information, right? Like, I'm tracking you guys, but I literally just have your YouTube host name. Like, there's nothing, you know, nothing anyone can do about that. So, yeah, just being smart about what risks you take and what you're actually building. And, you know, I just don't think enough people that aren't technical understand that part. And there's really no one out there teaching on that stuff, right? Everyone's out there trying to tell you that you should, like, use Lovable to spin up some stupid SaaS and just turn it into the world. And a lot of risk with that, man. It's interesting. I gotta think that through. It's a really good point. Well, guys, I think I'm pretty happy with what we've got built here so far. This goals, we'll turn that on at some point later on. Yeah, I think I've got a lot of the stuff I wanted to get done today. Supposedly I can capture jewels, so next time somebody sends one of those, we will hopefully see that get tested. And then I think I can capture when somebody joins members. Well, that's cool, man. So I think next time we get on and start building this together, I got to figure out how to add more sound effects. I think that that'll be a fun feature. And then later on, I'm going to have to add some more emojis. I promised you guys I'll get some kind of way to send some poo. Can't be a good app unless there's poo involved. And we'll just keep going. So I appreciate you guys all being here with me today. And, you know, definitely make sure you follow on my socials and follow friends' channels here. And hope to see you guys on one of our school calls. Thanks.